Chapter 1757. Those who didn't understand still couldn't understand. Was a small piece of netherworld jade worth being auctioned? It seemed that only the 4th Revolution marrow cleansing pill and the 5th Revolution appearance pill were worth buying in the auction of the Sunset Rock Wanbao Tower. The other items were not worth buying at all. Those who understood were worried about how many spirit stones would be needed to buy this piece of netherworld jade that weighed a little more than half a kilogram. No one was a fool. How could such a good item, which was so rare in the entire spiritual realm, be bought with mere spirit stones, using magic treasures to exchange for it? What grade of magic treasure? How many would be needed to buy it? Spirit pill? How many 7th Revolution pills would be needed to get it? Those who were tempted were so worried that their hair had turned white. How many people would have to fight for it before they could win it? The key was that if they couldn't estimate its value, they wouldn't be able to get it. How much was your life worth? How many spirit stones? How many magic treasures? How many spirit medicines? It was the divine perching jade. A piece weighing more than half a kilogram was enough to store the natal divine sense of a heaven immortal expert. With this, they wouldn't be afraid to go through a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames. With just this backing, how many more things could he do, and how many more treasures could he snatch? Not being afraid of death was only one of the most basic functions of the divine perching jade. Another function that couldn't be ignored was the confidence brought by having a backup plan. Every cultivator knew the meaning of mental cultivation. With the divine perching jade, they wouldn't be afraid of any dangerous attempts. They wouldn't be afraid even if they failed to break through to a certain realm. In many things, the more afraid they were, the less confident they would be, and the lower the success rate would be. With enough confidence, the success rate of breaking through to a new realm would be much higher than others. The benefits were simply innumerable. As long as they remembered the most important point, it would be enough to give them another life. With a life, everything would be possible. While countless people were worrying about what price to pay to get this divine perching jade, a large group of people were pondering about the origin of this divine perching jade. If an ordinary cultivator had a piece of divine perching jade, would he take it out to exchange for some spirit stones or magic treasures? 9 out of 10 people would be unable to answer this question. No matter how tired he was right now, there was no need to exchange his life for these worldly possessions, right? Under what circumstances would he be willing to auction off a piece of dwelling divine jade? Putting themselves in their shoes, many people would naturally come to the conclusion that they would only take out one piece to exchange for other benefits when they had at least 2 or more pieces in their hands. When the forest was big, there were all kinds of birds. Some people liked to take the righteous path, such as collecting their family's wealth to participate in auctions. Some people liked to take the unorthodox path, such as robbing others without spending their own money. Since they had guessed this possibility, everyone began to target the owner of the dwelling soul jade. Yang Chen was the first person suspected of being the owner of the dwelling soul jade. Many people could prove that shortly after Yang Chen arrived at the Sunset Rock that day, Wanbao Tower released the news that it was going to auction the dwelling soul jade. Whether it was the relationship between Yang Chen and Wanbao Tower or Yang Chen's previous habits of doing things, there was a 90% chance that Yang Chen was the owner of the dwelling soul jade. As soon as this conclusion came out, many people were dumbfounded. They might not be afraid to deal with an earth immortal or even a human immortal, but once the owner was Yang Chen, everyone was a little afraid. As the 5th grade alchemist with the highest level of alchemy and the owner of the prolonging life pill, what Yang Chen had done in just 200 years was enough for many people to look at him in a different light. No one would say anything if he secretly dealt with other people in Chunying Palace, but if he dared to touch Yang Chen, it would be like eating arsenic. In fact, the first thing the 5 great sects did after receiving the news was to discuss it with the higher-ups. They didn't even have to doubt that this was the rumor released by Yang Chen, and the dwelling soul jade must be provided by Yang Chen. If they didn't believe it, they could just ask Yang Chen's disciples to come over and ask them, "Dwelling soul jade? What is that?" Sun Qingxue was confused and didn't know what the dwelling soul jade was. It's the best quality netherworld jade. Elder Hua Wanning knew a little earlier than Sun Qingxue and explained to Sun Qingxue in front of the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect. "Oh, it's those smelly jade stones." Sun Qingxue's face was suddenly enlightened, and then she replied without scheming, "My husband has it. That year, when we went to the Langya well to cultivate, we found a netherworld jade vein. We all thought it was smelly, so it took my husband a few months to dig it out. It's all with him." It seemed that Sun Qingxue didn't hide anything from the elders, but in fact, everything was told by Yang Chen before. Once Yang Chen released the netherworld jade, the sect would definitely ask them about the netherworld jade. They just needed to tell them directly at this time. Sun Qingxue was not a fool. Since the higher-ups of the sect asked this, of course, she understood that her husband must have made some moves. How could she not speak for her husband? When they heard that Sun Qingxue didn't care about those stones because they smelled, and Yang Chen monopolized all the netherworld jade, the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect hated that they couldn't beat their heads to the ground. How could such a thing happen? It was just a little smell. Would they die if they endured it for a while? But on the other hand, when they were in the mortal world, it wasn't like they hadn't encountered netherworld jade. Didn't everyone ignore it because it didn't taste good and it was useless? Otherwise, how could there be so little netherworld jade in the spiritual realm? A whole load, even a peak Yuanying stage master like Yang Chen had to dig for a few months to finish it. How much dwelling divine jade did Yang Chen have? Those who heard the news were truly on the verge of going crazy. The only good news was that Yang Chen's other wives and concubines all didn't take action because of the smell of the netherworld jade. All the netherworld jade was in Yang Chen's hands. If their sect didn't have it, the other sect didn't have it either. This also meant that this large batch of netherworld jade was exclusively supplied by Chunying Palace and Yang Chen. What should we do next? The higher-ups let Sun Qingxue leave, and then everyone began to discuss countermeasures. Let little Shui go to Chunying Palace. With her, Yang Chen will be much easier to talk to. Sect Master Lu in the mortal world directly proposed to let Sun Qingxue come forward. This proposal was unanimously agreed by the other higher-ups. When the news spreads, I believe that many people will have bad intentions. The elder of Chuan Gong of the Blue Cloud sect then suggested. Yang Chen didn't release it earlier or later, but at this time, check what happened recently. If anyone has offended the people of Chunying Palace, bring their heads as a gift. Chapter 1758. The Blue Cloud sect was like this. The Green Jade Immortal Island was the same. The Five Elements sect and the Qinquan sect's decision was exactly the same. Without saying anything, she immediately sent her female disciple to find her husband, and then sent another person to kill all the guys who were hostile to the Pure Yang Palace within 20,000 miles of the Sheeping Mountain outside the Sunset Rock and kill them and bring their heads to the door. The senior officials of the Xiantian sect were different from other sections. After knowing that it was Yang Chen who released the underworld jade, two elders were slightly dissatisfied. With such a good thing, why didn't he say it was filial piety at the beginning? Maybe he thought it was just the underworld jade at the beginning, but he didn't know it was the dwelling god jade. Not long ago, he learned the effect of the dwelling god jade. Elder Li certainly had to speak for Yang Chen. Otherwise, it would not be a good thing if Yang Chen was misunderstood by other senior officials. Don't say that he is a Chunying Palace that has no inheritance in the spiritual realm. Right now, 80% of the cultivators in the spiritual realm probably don't know about the dwelling god jade. This was the truth. Most cultivators really didn't know about the dwelling god jade until they ascended or died. Which cultivator who had the dwelling god jade didn't hide it tightly for fear that others would know? How could Yang Chen publicize it like this? I believe that it won't be long before our sect will have another batch of dwelling god jade. Elder Li went on to say, Yang Chun now released this dwelling god jade. He must have a request, but he doesn't want to expose his relationship with the sect. Let's send someone over and listen to what he wants. Everyone thought it made sense. Yang Chen seemed to have never given them less filial piety, so he should have just learned about the effect of the dwelling god jade. They called Tao Junkie over and asked. Sure enough, Yang Chen had a lot of dwelling god jade in his hands, and Tao Junkie, a disciple who was close to the Earth Immortal stage, still didn't know that the best quality underworld jade was the dwelling god jade. Tao Junkie's performance also showed that Elder Li's explanation was correct. Even the official disciple of the Black Heaven sect, Tao Junkie, who was about to reach the Earth Immortal stage, didn't know about the perching soul jade. It was understandable that Yang Chen had only just found out about it. Let's find out all the troubles of Chunyang Palace recently. It is estimated that other sect will also take action. Our sect should be more ruthless and completely sweep away some troubles for Chunyang Palace. After accepting Elder Li's explanation, Yang Chen was once again a disciple that needed strong support. Since he was going to make a move, why not clean it up a little? The cultivators in the sect within a radius of tens of thousands of miles around the Sunset Rock were alarmed to find that the 5 great sects of the Tao sects had become much more overbearing in recent days. If they were not careful, they would attract the attention of experts. Some unscrupulous fellows were directly killed without even a chance to explain. When Yang Chen saw the injured disciple of Chunyang Palace, who was attacked, the heads of the 2 cultivators who attacked him were immediately sent to the Wanbao Tower. On the 3rd day, the small sect that the 2 cultivators belonged to was completely uprooted. There were more than 100 people in the sect, and no one was left alive. It was the people of the 5 Elements sect who had saved the disciple. The 5 Elements sect directly spread the word that this was what their elder had promised to Chunyang Palace. If anyone dared to have any evil intentions towards Chunyang Palace in the territory of Chunyang Palace, and within the scope of Sheeping Mountain, they would be killed without hesitation. The sect that was killed was an example. Not only the 5 Element sect, but the Qinkuan sect also sent a large number of heads over. All of them were people who wanted to have bad ideas after hearing about the appearance of the perching soul jade. A row of bloody 6 Sun's chief heads and a cold and merciless warning caused all those who had ill intentions to shudder in fear. The Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect also did not fall behind. There were a lot of heads, plus these people's original magic treasures and wealth. In addition, they jointly declared that if they wanted the perching soul jade, they should honestly compete in the auction house. If they dared to have any bad ideas, they would be exterminated. The Xiantian sect did not say these words. Everyone knew that some of the fairy immortal masters of the Xiantian sect were actually forced to accept Yang Chen's condition of protecting Chunyang Palace for 1,000 years. With the fact that Yang Chen had killed the disciples of the Xiantian sect had kept its promise by not exterminating Chunyang Palace on the spot. In this matter, it might be a bit difficult to count on the Xiantian sect to make a statement. However, it was the Xiantian sect that surprised everyone the most. It was also the Xiantian sect that made the most ruthless move. The other 4 major sects only killed those who had made a move on the disciples of Chunyang Palace, or those who had plans to do so in the near future. The Xiantian sect plowed through all the sects within tens of thousands of miles around Sheeping Mountain, which were rumored to have disagreements with Chunyang Palace. It was so that no one would have the idea of robbing the perching soul jade from Chunyang Palace. The 5 major sects acted together, which scared countless people, but it also gave everyone a piece of news. That was the perching soul jade belonged to Chunyang Palace and Yangchen. If they wanted the perching soul jade, they should honestly go to the auction house to bid. Don't play some private tricks. As for robbing the perching soul jade, don't even think about it. Didn't you see that there were only a few people left in the sect who didn't want to live and wanted to fight against the 5 major sects at the same time? The Xiantian sect was destroyed in the mortal world. but the spiritual realm was still the biggest Taoist sect. Didn't you see how ruthless they were when they acted? He was venting his resentment for the extermination of the mortal world on these unlucky fellows. Whoever didn't open his eyes at this time was courting death, and no one would sympathize with him. Elder Wu Xiong had a thorough understanding of Yang Chen's power. When he was in the mortal world, he ascended early and only saw Yang Chen's alchemy skills. Only now did he realize how terrifying Yang Chen's influence was. The disciples of Chunyang Palace had just been seriously injured, but Yang Chen didn't even do anything. He just released the news. Only a few days later, someone brought the heads of the people who did it to him. This kind of comfortable feeling could only be described with the word cool. Even when Elder Wu Xiong was in the mortal world and faced the 5 major sects, he had never had such a tough moment. Now that he followed Yang Chen, he finally enjoyed it. It was simply refreshing from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet. It was so cool. Yang Chen himself had rushed back to Chunying Palace leisurely and reported to the elders what he had done over the years. After letting them be mentally prepared, several core elders each presented a piece of perching soul jade the same size as the netherworld jade that was auctioned, and also gave them the refining method. It wasn't that Yang Chen was lazy and didn't refine it for the elders. It was best to refine the perching soul jade himself. On the one hand, it was to avoid others suspecting that the refiner had tampered with it. On the other hand, the one refined by himself was the most compatible with his own primordial spirit. Thirdly, it was Yang Chen's consideration. He couldn't let the elders feel that they couldn't do anything without him, right? Chapter 1759. After returning to the sect, Yang Chen was waiting for the people from the 5 sects to come to him. In fact, not only the 5 sects, but also those sects that the Devil Gate, Monster Race, and Individual Cultivators Alliance had cooperated with in the mortal world would definitely come to him. Yang Chen would release a batch of inhabiting God Jade, but not a lot. As long as he could ensure that each senior member of the sect could have one, and a small group of outstanding or important disciples could have one, it would be enough. If he released too many, he believed that even if the sect wanted it, it would not be able to pay the price. However, Wanbao Tower would supply it intermittently in the future, maintaining a long-term opportunity for cultivators to get inhabiting God Jade. In this way, whether it was the business of Chunyang Palace or the development of the sect, it could have a long-term stable development period. Treasures like the perching divine jade would definitely attract the covetous eyes of certain people. However, as long as the Devil Gate, Monster Race, and Individual Cultivators Alliance did not take action, the small sect would not dare to take action easily. This time, the Taoist sect sweep was a lesson for many people with bad intentions. Before taking action, they always had to think about whether it was worth it to offend so many big sect. As for the sect itself, it knew that this kind of thing could not be monopolized, and Yang Chen's attitude was very clear that as long as they paid the right price, they could get it. So, why would they do such a treacherous thing and become the target of public criticism? The Taishamen in the mortal world had done too much. The end of the sect was still in front of them, and no one would make a wrong choice. As Yang Chen expected, the people from the 5 sects came quickly. The day before the Wanbao Tower auctioned the inhabiting God Jade, Yang Chen's wives and concubines arrived together. Naturally, the representatives of their respective sects also accompanied them. However, at first, no one talked about the inhabiting God Jade. They just settled down under the guise of visiting each other in the sect. The people in Chunying Palace also knew very well that they had to see the auction price of the inhabiting God Jade in Wanbao Tower. With that price as a reference, they could discuss the next cooperation. When the husband and wife met, it was naturally another round of intimacy. Yang Chen had already prepared the spirit pills for everyone. During the waiting time, everyone left their own life source primordial spirit and let Xiao Tian put it in the Dragon Tower. At this point, except for Gao Yugong Sunling and Lady Fanghua, Yang Chen's wives and concubines had left their natal primordial spirits behind, so their lives were protected. Yang Qin had also given Sher Shanshan the location and the method of unsealing the masters recorded on the seventh zither given by elderly. After the first experience in the sect, Sher Shanshan and Sun Qingxue could set off separately to unseal the masters. The girls already knew that Yang Chen would definitely give his family something better, so they were not surprised at the appearance of the spiritual energy pill. After happily leaving their natal primordial spirits, the girls began to enjoy the joy of getting together with their husbands and sisters. As for the matter of the sect, they didn't mention a word. Their presence here had already explained the attitude of the major sect. They didn't need to say much about the specific matters. Naturally, there were people in charge. Moreover, to put it bluntly, their current status in their respective sect had not yet reached the point where they could make decisions for the sect. The auction was held as scheduled. To the surprise of the participating cultivators, the 5 major sect didn't make a move this time. It was entirely the small sect and the rogue cultivators who competed for it. In front of the inhabiting god Jade that could give them one more life and one more chance, even the rational cultivators would put down their perseverance and become crazy. The auctioneer didn't even do much to stir up the emotions. He simply announced the start of the auction, and the atmosphere of the scene rushed to a climax. Although the auction didn't have a low price, the bid started with 5 kilograms of top-grade spirit stones. Then, in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, it rushed to 50 kilograms, and it was still rising. It should be known that 1 kilogram of top-grade spirit stones in the spiritual realm was equivalent to 50 kilograms of top-grade spirit stones in the mortal world. In this way, this piece of inhabiting god Jade, which was slightly more than half a kilogram, had already been sold for the price of at least a second-rate sect in the mortal world. Many people couldn't take out so many spirit stones directly. Before the auction, they would use some of their property, magic treasures, or elixirs to make an estimate and then call out the price after converting it into spirit stones. At the price of 50 kilograms, it had basically caused many wealthy, rogue cultivators to go bankrupt. However, the crazy bidding continued, and the price of 50 kilograms only stopped for a moment before it was surpassed. When the final result was out, it had already reached the price of 50 kilograms of top-grade spirit stones. The owner of a big business bought this piece of inhabiting god Jade at this price. After the transaction, he couldn't wait to leave the Sunset Rock and finished refining it first. Then he left his original spirit behind and left. With this price as a reference, the major sect also knew what to do and began to contact Yangchen. In this regard, Chunyang Palace didn't obstruct them. This was Yang Chen's thing, so naturally it was up to Yang Chen to deal with. However, they believed that Yang Chen would definitely fight for enough benefits for the sect. The people of the 5 sects were all present, and Yang Chen also wanted to negotiate at once. Since everyone had the same conditions, they would probably feel more balanced. Each family will pay 50 kilograms of top-grade spirit stones for each kilogram, and we will use magic treasures, elixirs, and cultivation methods to offset the price. What do you think? Yang Chen didn't say much nonsense and went straight to the point. He believed that the representatives of the major sect were not in the mood for small talk. This price should be said to be slightly lower than the price at the auction, but wholesale was always cheaper than retail. However, Yang Chen didn't want spirit stones, but other things which made the representatives feel a little relieved. In this way, some of their own things might be able to offset the spirit stones at a slightly higher price, and there would be no trouble after exchanging for spirit stones. Okay. A representative nodded. The other representatives didn't have any objections, so the price was set. Can it be a little more? The elder of the Blue Cloud sect asked. 100 kilograms of inhabiting god Jade could at most be distributed to 100 people. Which of the 5 sect didn't have more than 100,000 disciples? 100 kilograms was really not enough. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a drop in the bucket. This sentence was actually the voice of all the representatives present. an additional 100 kilograms for each family in exchange for 3,000 years of peace in Chunyang Palace. Of course, Yang Chun wouldn't refuse, so he directly put forward his own conditions. 100 kilograms could basically increase the safety of another 300 disciples. Everyone present was mentally prepared for the condition that Yang Chen would definitely put forward to take care of Chunyang Palace. Everyone looked at each other, and it seemed that no one had any objections. Finally, they nodded one after another. The 5 sect would take care of Chunyang Palace, a small sect that had just gotten a foothold for only 4,000 years. It was not a problem. Chapter 1760. It's not that I'm arrogant, but it's related to the safety of the sect. This junior would like to ask the sect master and the 5 elders to make a great heart oath. This kind of condition was not easy to deal with. If one day these guys suddenly wanted to break the contract, they could casually find a reason to destroy Chunyang Palace. Yang Chun had to use some extreme means. The current Chunyang Palace could not withstand a few tosses. The 5 representatives suddenly had some anger on their faces. A small sect with only 100 or so people, is it worthy for our sect master and elders to make a great heart oath? However, although they were angry, they couldn't turn hostile now. Everyone who could come to negotiate on behalf of the sect were all masters. It was just a verbal offense, but it was not enough to immediately make the representatives of the 5 major sect overturn the table. The purpose of this trip was the dwelling spirit jade, not to destroy Chunyang Palace and let a sect take advantage of it. In the hearts of the representatives, to be exact, in the hearts of the representatives of the Green Jade Immortal Island, Blue Cloud sect, and the 5 Element sect, Yang Chun was actually mainly targeting the Xiantian sect. After all, Yang Chen had just ascended and killed several disciples of the Xiantian sect. If they didn't guard against him, it would be strange. Although the Xiantian sect could tolerate Chunyang Palace for 1,000 years, they might not be able to tolerate it for 4,000 years. The 4 representatives all looked at the Xiantian sect. If the Xiantian sect didn't do it, then there was nothing to say. The villain was the Xiantian sect. If Yang Chun was not satisfied, he couldn't blame them. Everyone could also cooperate in private, as long as the Xiantian sect was not involved. In secretly attacking the Xiantian sect, the 4 sects could be said to have the same interests. To the surprise of the representatives of the 4 sects, the representative of the Xiantian sect did not look angry at all. As early as before he went out, the senior members of the sect had specially told him that no matter what conditions Yang Chen asked for, as long as he could get enough dwelling spirit jade, it didn't matter even if the sect master made a great heart oath not to deal with Chunyang Palace. Now it seemed that the senior members of the sect were really far-sighted. They even expected this. The Black Heaven sect has no objections. The representative of the Xiantian sect said calmly, "Sect master and a few elders will personally come to Chunyang Palace to get the inhabiting soul jade. At that time, you can directly make the great vow of the heart demon, okay?" How could Yang Chen have any objection? This was obviously the decision of Sect Master Wang and Elderly. They firmly believed that Yang Chen was their disciple. How could they deal with Chunyang Palace? On the contrary, if they took the lead to agree, even if the 4 sect knew the secret of Chunyang Palace in the future, they had to brace themselves to protect Chunyang Palace. When sect leader Wang, Elderly, and several core high-level members were discussing, the scene they were most looking forward to was the joy of the major sect members discovering that Chunyang Palace was actually the Taishaman after they made the great oath of the heart demon. If it weren't for the fact that Chunyang Palace, standing in the dark, was more beneficial to Xiantian sect, they would have wanted to see those guys' faces directly on the spot. Since even the Xiantian sect had agreed, the other 4 sect members had no reason to object. As long as the high-level members made the great oath of the heart demon, they would be able to get hundreds of kilograms of inhabiting soul jade to benefit the sect. Anyway, it was only 4,000 years in total. For cultivators, it was not an unbearable time. This condition was agreed upon. Everyone's opinion was unanimous. That was, the high-level members of the sect would come to Chunyang Palace to take away the inhabiting soul jade and make the great oath of the heart demon. With so many inhabiting soul jade, the high-level members would inevitably be worried if they simply gave it to a few disciples. If they didn't go in person and make the great oath of the heart demon, they wouldn't be able to show off their achievements. From this point of view, the conditions put forward by Yang Chen were not completely unacceptable. The other 100 kilograms in exchange for the experience qualification of Chunyang Palace's disciples. Yang Chen immediately put forward another condition. Compared with the previous 400 kilograms, this 100 kilograms was simply a free gift for the 5 sect members. They didn't need to pay anything, nor did they need the protection of experts. They just wanted the experience qualification, which could be settled with just a few words. Everyone knew what the experience qualification Yang Chen was talking about was. Previously, Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue, and the others had also mentioned it. Even Elder Li of the Xiantian sect had mentioned it. They were talking about this experience qualification. At the border of the Taoist, demon, and demon territories, there was a vast area. This area was sealed by a huge array, and the array was controlled by the Taoist, demon, and demon sect. Within the array, there was a place similar to the demon continent in the mortal world, which provided the disciples of the sect with experience. Or, to be precise, this training ground should be similar to the immortal fallen abyss in the mortal world. The target of the disciples was a very ferocious, demonic spiritual beast. This kind of demonic spiritual beast always appeared, and its strength was between the human immortal realm and the peak of the earth immortal realm. It was the first choice for the disciples of the spiritual realm's big sect to train. The reason why the disciples of the big sect always had an advantage in the later stages of cultivation was inseparable from this kind of experience. The large number of enemies and the ferocious battles allowed the participating disciples to always obtain the most abundant combat experience, which had extraordinary benefits for their future cultivation. The battles inside were very cruel, many times crueler than outside the spiritual realm. In his previous life, Shi Shanshan had never been to the demon continent in the mortal world. When she first came here to train, she was accidentally seriously injured, which delayed hundreds of years of healing. But later, Shi Shanshan learned her lesson, and her cultivation soared to the sky, which may have had nothing to do with this experience. However, this training ground could only be entered by the disciples of the Taoist, demon, and demon sect. The disciples of the other sect could not participate at all. What Yang Chen requested was that the disciples of the Chunyang Palace also have such an opportunity to train. It was just a request for the opportunity to train, and it was proposed to the 5 great sect at the same time. It seemed that Yang Chen was determined to get it. Even the representatives of the 5 great sect didn't have to think about it to know that Yang Chen would definitely put forward this condition to the sect that the demon sect and the demon clan came to by the dwelling god Jade. In fact, as long as there was a big sect that opened its mouth, Chunyang Palace could participate in the training justifiably. Instead of letting a sect take advantage of it in the end, it was better for everyone to share the benefits, so that they wouldn't complain about Chunyang Palace's unfair distribution of the spoils in the future. The 5 representatives nodded and accepted this condition. At this point, Yang Chen's requirements were all met. On the one hand, it exchanged for a large number of magic treasures, elixirs, and cultivation methods for the sect. On the other hand, it also won 4,000 years of development time and safety endorsement for the sect. In addition, it was to find a suitable place for the disciples of the sect to train. At this point, Yang Chen could finally be a little relieved, and he didn't have to worry about the affairs of the sect anymore. As long as he negotiated the conditions with the representatives of the demon sect and the demon clan who came after hearing the news, Yang Chen could also join the training himself. With everything arranged now, when the devil tribulation came in the future, Chunyang Palace could also rest easy. Chapter 1761. It seemed that the conditions put forward by Yang Chen were very disadvantageous, but only Yang Qin knew in his heart what kind of advantage he had. To put it bluntly, the resting god jade was a netherworld jade vein that he had dug out in the mortal world for a few days, and then occupied some space in the Qianquan bag to bring it up to the spiritual realm. Compared with his own efforts, Chunyang Palace had been firmly guarded for 4,000 years. It had an additional place to practice, and at the same time, it could get the favor of countless masters. This was simply free. If he really wanted to hype up the value of these things, Yang Chen would not have released the resting god jade at all. There was another advantage to this move. During the Millennium Devil Tribulation, at least the cultivators would have more effective forces, and their chances of winning would increase a lot. Another point was that the mysterious Zhao family might not care about anything else, but it was estimated that they would want to get something like the resting god jade at all costs. As long as they were tempted to take action, there would be traces to follow, and following this line, they could dig out the Zhao family. According to Zhao Qing, the master of the Zhao family on the other side of the Earth Dragon Ceiling Formation, Yang Chen of the Rogue Cultivators Alliance had not made a move yet. That organization wanted to find the right time to push it to the Xiantian sect. Only when many people died would the two sides fight to the death. The representatives of the 5 sects temporarily left. They had to rush back to the sect to report to the sect master immediately, while Yang Chen's wives and concubines stayed to accompany Yang Chen for a period of time. After the warning of the 5 sects, there were basically no cultivators or organizations that dared to attack Chunyang Palace in the Sunset Rock, Linyang River, Lihan Sea, and Shiping Mountain. Within the territory of the Pure Yang Palace, it was calm and tranquil. No one would believe that someone would attack Chunyang Palace at this time. The people of the 5 sects didn't believe it, nor did the people of Chunyang Palace. Even the practitioners who stayed at the Sunset Rock didn't believe it. However, at this time, the attack was suddenly launched without warning. This was the time when everyone's vigilance was at its lowest. The representatives of the 5 sect had just left with the promise to protect Chunyang Palace for 3,000 years. If anyone dared to make a move at this time, it would definitely be like taking a dump on the heads of the 5 sect. There were not many cultivators involved in the attack, not more than 10 in total. They looked weak, but the problem was that there were 3 supreme mystic immortals among the 10 attackers. As for the remaining 7, there were 2 heaven immortals and 5 earth immortals. The other party might have thoroughly investigated the strength of Chunyang Palace. Among the people who ascended from Chunyang Palace, only Long Xian was above the level of an earth immortal. Among the earth immortals who joined the Chunyang Palace, there was also a Laning. However, whether it was Long Xian or Laning, they were not in the gate of Chunyang Palace at the moment. There were a lot of masters in Wanbao Tower, but because of the management reasons, the masters were distributed to various places. The closest one was also at the Sunset Rock. It would take at least 3 days to get to the gate of Chunyang Palace from the Sunset Rock. Fatty Jing and Zhou Xianying were heaven immortals, but they were all in the sea of hatred. No one would have thought that someone would attack the gate of Chunyang Palace, which seemed to be the safest. Therefore, there were only some newly ascended human immortal disciples and some rogue cultivators who joined later. Their average cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the human immortal. The attacker was too shrewd. He just happened to seize the weakest link of Chunyang Palace and calculated the time when no one expected to make a move. It was impossible to guard against. The other party had no intention of hiding at all, nor did he mean to sneak in. He directly attacked with the momentum of Mount Tai, showing no mercy. When Yang Chen noticed the incoming killing intent, the attack had already arrived. The attack of a supreme mystic immortal master came without warning. Even if Yang Chen was the most sensitive to killing intent, he only felt it after the other party launched an attack. In an instant, the mountain guarding formation shone, and the earthly immortal spiritual vein underground was directly activated to the maximum. Boom! The light flickered, and the mountain guarding formation took the blow. With just one blow, the light of the mountain guarding formation dimmed by 80% in an instant, and it was on the verge of collapse. Although it barely took the attack, the elders and more than a dozen disciples who were responsible for maintaining the formation were injured at the same time. Before the people of Chunying Palace could react, the second blow had already followed. Boom! A huge palm of spiritual power in the sky slammed heavily on the mountain guarding formation, which was already barely maintained. This time there was no fluke. With a flash of light, the entire mountain guarding formation was shattered. The huge palm in the sky was still flashing, and it slammed down mercilessly. From the looks of it, it was obvious that it did not leave any way for the people in the mountain gate to survive. To everyone's surprise, this huge palm didn't hit the ground. As soon as the mountain guarding formation was broken, countless black and red celestial devouring bugs suddenly appeared under the formation. The celestial devouring bugs formed a large net that was big enough to cover the entire mountain gate of Chunying Palace. The huge palm in the sky slammed directly on the celestial devouring bug's net. Elder Bug had made his move. After Yang Qin unlocked the seal, Elder Bug had been staying in Chunying Palace, responsible for the safety of the mountain gate of Chunying Palace. Under normal circumstances, Elder Bug would not make a move. He would only appear when he felt strong hostility. The attacker's attack was so sudden that even Yang Qin did not notice it in time, let alone Elder Bug, who was still a little brainless. Fortunately, the mountain guarding formation had blocked the attack, giving Elder Bug a chance to react. Although the opponent's second attack broke the mountain guarding formation, it failed to break Elder Bug's celestial devouring bug net. These attackers originally thought that there was just a group of human immortals here. 3 supreme Xian immortals, 2 celestial immortals, and 5 earth immortals would definitely be able to sweep them away. Suddenly, they found that there was a supreme Xian immortal master in the mountain gate of Chunying Palace. How could they not be surprised? However, so what if there was a supreme Xian immortal master? There were 3 supreme Xian immortals in this attack. Even if the celestial devouring bug queen could entangle one, there were still 2 supreme Xian immortals. It would be easy to destroy the mountain gate of Chunying Palace and capture Yang Qin. The celestial devouring bug net was also smashed by the palm, but the huge palm in the air also disintegrated at the same time and could no longer cause any damage. Strong enemy, avoid! The voice of the palace master had reached the ears of all the disciples of Chunying Palace. Just these 2 moves had already made the head of the palace clearly judge the strength of the enemy and immediately made the most correct arrangement. It was not a responsible leader to let a group of human immortal disciples fight with a master who smashed the mountain protection array. It was not something that a responsible leader should do. The palace master did not care about his reputation and directly let the disciples retreat. All the disciples in Chunying Palace immediately fled. No matter what, whether it was revenge or investigation, escaping and surviving was the hard truth. Chapter 1762. Countless celestial devouring bugs gathered and turned into a huge celestial devouring bug. Elder Bug had already determined that the opponent's cultivation was slightly weaker than his, but it was still limited. He could only rely on his doppelganger to fight against the opponent, so he could only reveal his true body. However, before Elder Bug could completely reveal himself, another powerful aura directly covered the entire Chunying Palace. Under the pressure of the powerful divine sense, a huge bomb seemed to explode in everyone's mind. The disciples whose divine sense was not at the earthly immortal level instantly fainted, unable to escape even if they wanted to. Yang Qin and his wife's divine sense was strong enough to reach the celestial immortal level, so they did not faint under the pressure of the divine sense. However, Yang Qin had instantly determined that this was a second supreme mystic immortal expert. Their divine sense was too weak to fight against the opponent. Blessings never come in pairs, but misfortunes never come alone. Just when Yang Qin thought that the opponent only had 2 supreme mystic immortal experts, and that Elder Bug and the Earth Dragon could still fight, a third aura appeared and instantly drowned Yang Qin and his wives. In addition, the aura of 2 celestial immortals was also released without any concealment, plowing back and forth several times in the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. Everything happened too quickly. With such a lineup, Yang Qin did not even have a chance to resist. The only fortunate thing was that his wives and concubines were by his side. Without saying a word, Yang Qin waved his hand and took his wives into the Dragon Palace. No matter how they resisted, Yang Qin had no intention of letting them out. It was better for Yang Qin to face such a strong enemy alone. He summoned the flying shuttle and drilled into the ground with Yang Qin. At this time, it was best to escape as far as possible. As long as his people were still alive, everything was possible. Want to run? In your dreams. A voice rang in Yang Chen's ear, as if the person was right next to Yang Chen's ear. The strong pressure almost made Yang Chen lose control of the flying shuttle. However, he still underestimated Yang Chen. He thought that Yang Chen's consciousness would at most be at the level of an Earth Immortal if he didn't faint under the powerful consciousness attack of a Grand Supreme Mystic Immortal. He didn't expect that Yang Chen had broken through repeatedly recently and had even rushed to the 3rd stage of Heaven Immortal, which was 2 whole stages higher than his spiritual power cultivation. Even in such a critical situation, Yang Chen was still able to forcibly control the shuttle and escape to the periphery. This was the first time Yang Chen had thought about running away since coming to the spirit plane. Back then, when he was unsealing the Earth Dragons, he had not thought about running away. Back then, when he was facing thousands of desert ogres at the Earthen Immortal stage, he did not even think about it. However, in the face of 3 Grand Supreme Mystic Immortals, even if Elder Bug and Earth Dragon were present in Chunying Palace, Yang Chen knew that he could not compete with the remaining Grand Supreme. At this time, speed was the key to survival. Under the siege of 2 Grand Supreme Mystic Immortals at the same time, the shuttle actually found a small loophole and rushed out. Then it used its maximum speed to cut through the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it was hundreds of miles away. A voice was surprised, but it didn't say anything more and directly caught up. In the shuttle, Yang Chen could clearly feel that 2 powerful consciousness had been staring at him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of them. There was no other way. Even if Yang Chen's consciousness had reached the Fairy Immortal stage, there was still a big gap between him and the other party, and he couldn't compete at all. If the sea-pouring jasper cup was still in his hand, maybe Yang Chen could still cover his consciousness and wait for an opportunity to escape. However, now that he was firmly stared at by 2 Grand Supreme Mystic Immortals, he could only have a slight advantage in speed, which could barely keep the distance between the 2 sides from being narrowed. There was no other way. For the first time, Yang Chen found that his strength was so weak that he had no resistance in front of a powerful enemy. Even if he had the memory of being reborn for 10,000 years, he was still helpless in the face of this kind of strength-crushing without any tricks. The other party still had a Grand Supreme Master, 2 Fairy Immortals, and an unknown number of Earth Immortals. The Palace Master and the others could never escape. Even if Old Bug could resist one, it was estimated that it would take a while to defeat them. Chunyang Palace was in danger. At this time, Yang Chen had no time to pay attention to the result of Chunyang Palace. If he escaped, he would have a chance to save them or avenge them. The enemy's posture. They didn't kill Yang Chen as soon as they came up. Obviously, they had other intentions. The first thought that flashed through Yang Chen's mind was the dwelling god Jade. He still underestimated the attraction of the dwelling god Jade to the cultivators. Even the Grand Supreme Mystic Immortal Masters came out and chose such a time. There was no chance to resist. Taking out the dwelling god Jade when Chunyang Palace was so weak was the only mistake Yang Chen made. He thought that as long as there was the care of the 5 major sects, coupled with the promise of the demon sects and monster race, the Pyryang Palace would be safe and sound, but he did not expect that there was such a group of masters who did not care about these big sects. Regardless of the door, they did not care about anything else. However, at this moment, it was not up to Yang Qin to regret and be depressed. The pursuers were behind him. He could only run forward, and he did not even dare to change his direction, because as long as he changed his direction slightly, the other party might catch up. The women in the Dragon Palace were already very anxious at this time. They did not know how to help their husband. The strength of the enemy was unexpectedly strong. In this case, how could their husband survive? Yang Chen's only chance now was the earth dragon on his wrist. After all, the cultivation of Elder Bug might be stronger than that of the guy left behind. Once one of them turned back to help, the remaining one might be able to kill the earth dragon by surprise. There was still a chance for everything. However, the two Grand Supreme Masters behind him seemed to be staring at him. They did not care what happened at the gate of Chunyang Palace. They just stared at Yang Qin, as if they knew that all the dwelling god Jade was with Yang Qin. In fact, this was not difficult to guess. Anyone would have such doubts. Just when Yang Qin was almost at his wit's end, he suddenly heard a familiar voice in his ear. "Stop ahead!" Hearing this voice, Yang Qin was overjoyed, and his whole body was immediately full of strength. Without thinking about it, the shuttle driven by Yang Qin stopped not far ahead. Then Yang Qin also appeared, put away the shuttle, and turned to look at the two figures chasing him. They did not expect that Yang Qin would have this trick. The two Xian Immortal Masters who were chasing him were very surprised, but they did not hesitate. The two figures landed on both sides of Yang Qin. One of them waved his hand, and dozens of formation flags enveloped Yang Qin and them. Then the two began to check if there were any other cultivators around. Chapter 1763. They were thousands of miles away from the gate of Chunyang Palace. If Yang Qin hadn't stopped, they would have had to spend a lot of effort to catch up. In this way, the two of them had to be more careful. A puny human, Immortal Jr., dared to face the two of them like this. Could there be an ambush here? Under Yang Chen's overly calm face, the two supreme mystic immortal experts carefully explored the surrounding 100 miles, but they didn't find anything that could threaten them. There wasn't even a demonic beast that surpassed human immortal, let alone an earth immortal cultivator. It was impossible for there to be a formation. Even if there was, it would be outside of the formation flags that the expert had just thrown. The formation flags, refined by a supreme mystic immortal expert, should be able to resist even the strongest formation in the spiritual realm, right? If there was any change, the formation flags would be enough to buy them a little time to react. The expression on Yang Chen's face was too calm, without the slightest panic of being chased, so the two of them were a little suspicious. After checking again and finding nothing, the two of them looked at each other. They were both supreme mystic immortal experts, but they were actually fooled by a human immortal junior like Yang Qin. However, this little trick was meaningless to the two grand supreme experts who had hearts of stone. So what if they were tricked? What could they do? Would it be a small piece of meat on his body, or would he be able to escape? Since it was of no use, they could completely ignore this little trick that couldn't even shake their state of mind. You want the perching divine jade? Yang Qin was the first to speak, and he immediately asked them for the reason. If the two supreme mystic immortal experts were to make a move without enough benefits, no one would believe it. You're not stupid. The supreme in front sneered and said, "Since you know what we want, why don't you take it out obediently? Do you want us to take it from your dead body? Not stupid. Stupid to the max." The voice of the supreme who had just scattered the formation flags came from behind. "If you're not stupid, why would you take out the perching divine jade at this time? You are just a little human immortal junior. Together with your Chunyang Palace, you are just a few nonentities. You dare to have such a treasure and publicize it? You are simply courting death. Seniors, do you dare to tell me your names?" Yang Qin didn't care about the two sarcastic words and directly asked for their names. "Oh, do you want to know our identities?" Perhaps because they were both within the range of the array flags, the two masters were very relaxed. Hearing Yang Chen's question, They were not in a hurry to act. Instead, the master in front began to talk with Yang Qin. You are now a fish on the chopping block, and your death is imminent. Even if you know our identities, what can you do? Could it be that he still wanted to send a message? Don't even dream about it. Boy, in this array formation, don't even talk about sending a letter out. If your spiritual consciousness can pass through even a trace of it, then you'd already be amazing. Since that's the case, why don't the two of you state your identities? Yang Chen ignored their attitudes and directly provoked them. You are still so stubborn when you are about to die. I have never seen anyone like you. The old man behind him laughed, and it seemed that he didn't mean to kill Yang Chen immediately. Instead, he talked to Yang Chen. Let this old man guess, what kind of confidence do you have to make you dare to talk so confidently in front of the two of us? It seems that you know that you are going to die, and you know that there is no chance of survival, so you let go of everything. The great elder behind him said, slowly, but his body did not move. He still clamped Yang Chen in the middle with the great elder in front of him. I have seen many people who are not afraid of death, but you are the first one like this. It was still the great elder behind him who spoke, and there was even a smile in his words. It is rare for you to be so open-minded at such a young age. However, I guess it is still because of the divine jade? Since you can release the divine jade, it means that you already know the use of the divine jade. You also have a large amount of divine jade in your hands. In that case, you have already left your primordial spirit in the divine jade. Even if you die now, you can still revive over there. The great elder behind him was smiling more and more, as if he was happy that he had guessed the answer to Yang Chen's riddle. You insist on knowing our identities because you want to wait for the 5 major sects to help you after you revive. Is that so? The great elder in front of him also continued to speak. The two of them had smiles on their faces as they chatted with Yang Chen like this. They seemed to be very happy. Yang Chen didn't say anything, but his expression was no longer as calm as before. It was as if his plan had been exposed. However, young man, you might have guessed something wrong. The great elder facing Yang Chen smiled and said, It's just the divine jade. It can't let you bring your memories over any time and anywhere. When you send your primordial spirit in, your memories will stop at that time after you revive. Even if I tell you who I am, you won't know. Seeing the obvious shock on Yang Chen's face, the two great elders were simply too happy. A human celestial junior was able to make the two of them almost unable to catch up to him. He did have some ability. They had heard a lot about Yang Chen. He was able to do so many things at such a young age and cultivation level. If he was their junior, he would definitely be a genius that they would support. Unfortunately, Yang Chen was an enemy now. Yang Chen was clearly a plaything that they were playing with like a cat playing with a mouse. The psychological blow to Yang Chen made them happier than if they killed Yang Chen. Now, do you still want to know our identities? The grand elder at the back asked with a smile, very cooperatively. After asking, there was a burst of unsuppressed laughter. Yang Chen's face seemed to become uglier and uglier as he laughed. However, even if you didn't ask, we would still tell you. After laughing out loud, the great elder at the front suddenly said something that surprised Yang Chen. I heard that you have a few zither like this. I think you know the secret of this zither. Under Yang Chen's surprised expression, a zither that was exactly the same as the 7 zither that Yang Chen had appeared in the hands of the great elder at the front. The great elder at the back also took out the same zither. What secret is in this zither? The two of them each held a zither and played it. Only then did the Grand Supreme Expert in front of them ask, Zhao family zither? You're from the Zhao family? The moment he saw the zither, Yang Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately understood the identity of these two experts. Chapter 1764. Who dared to directly deal with the pure Yang Palace in such a blatant manner after the 5 major sects had collectively spoken? Who could take out the 2 remaining ancient zither that Yang Chen had not found? Who would be so unhesitant to attack the pure Yang palace? The Zhao family, only the Zhao family. Yang Chen told the 5 major sect that the ancient zither might be a mark to identify the Zhao family, and the 5 major sect must have secretly tracked it down. Among the disciples who tracked it down, there might be some arranged by the Zhao family, so it was not surprising that the Zhao family knew this news. However, they found Yang Chen so quickly, even brought the 2 remaining ancient zither, and were sure that Yang Chen knew the secret, which was beyond Yang Chen's expectation. It could even be said that this was a surprise. At this time, Yang Chen really wanted to laugh a few times, and then very arrogantly say, "I have worn out iron shoes to look for it, but it doesn't take any effort to get it." Unfortunately, the situation in front of him was not good for him to do so. If you want to know the secret of the ancient zither, exchange it with your secret. Yang Chen finally had a smile on his face. This was simply too surprising. "Okay, I'll let you know before you die." For this request of Yang Chen, the Supreme Master on the opposite side agreed without hesitation, which made Yang Chen a little doubt whether he said it casually. But thinking about it, it was normal. Since Yang Chen had been trapped, 2 Supreme Mystic Immortal Masters against a human Immortal Junior, like Yang Chen, had no way to turn the situation around. What were the 2 Masters worried about? Even if Yang Chen had the divine jade, it was impossible for him to know more after his resurrection. So what if they told him? Besides, if they used other means, they might not be able to get the information from Yang Chen and Yang Chen's mouth. Yang Chen had the divine jade, so he was not afraid of death. Once they pressed too hard, Yang Chen would immediately commit suicide. Wouldn't the 2 be in vain? Wouldn't it be imperfect if he only got some dwelling divine jade and didn't figure out the secret of the zither? They could only blame their ancestors for not passing down any records. Otherwise, the disciples of the Zhao clan wouldn't have to spend so much effort to find the secret of the zither. In fact, the Zhao family didn't pay much attention to the zither in the past. It was usually given to the younger generation to practice music. It was only in the past few decades that the disciples who possessed the zither had met with a series of mishaps. Only then did the seniors of the Zhao clan want to investigate the secret of the zither. There are a few parts in this zither that were refined from the parts of Lan Wujiao's body. At this time, Yang Chen did not think at all and directly revealed part of what he knew. "Is it these 2? The 2 Grand Supreme Experts each removed an item from the zither, a string and a string pillar. That's not a secret. You'll know as long as you take a closer look." The Supreme Expert behind him shook his head and denied. "In that case, there are actually smaller items in the zither that are better concealed." Yang Chen did not refute. It would be abnormal if a Grand Supreme Mystic Immortal Expert could not even see the Lan Wujiao's tendon string and bone string pillar. Therefore, he immediately revealed another secret. They were refined from better materials. Dragon whisker string and dragon bone string pillar? The Grand Supreme Expert in front immediately shook his head. In the hands of the 2 people, there were also 2 strings and string pillars that Yang Chen had mentioned. 5 dragon whisker string and 4 dragon bone string pillars from 9 zither. Together with the Lan Wujiao, there are 2 good zither. Yang Chen also knew that the dragon whisker string and the dragon bone string pillar could not escape the eyes of a Grand Supreme Mystic Immortal. Therefore, he did not refute and only continued to speak. "There are 2 zither hidden in 9 zither. Do you think our ancestors have nothing better to do?" The Grand Supreme laughed coldly and said mockingly, "You only know these things. You can't exchange our Zhao clan's secret." "Then, what about the 9 locations hidden in the 9 zither?" A smile suddenly appeared on Yang Chen's face as he asked. It was as if he was not facing 2 experts who were about to kill him. "Where is it?" the Grand Elder at the back immediately asked. "The location where the 9 Grand Supreme Mystic Immortal Experts are sealed." Yang Chen did not have the slightest time to think. As soon as the Grand Supreme Expert asked, he immediately answered, "The celestial devouring insect queen from my sect is one of them. After seeing the celestial devouring insect, queen, just now, the two of them naturally knew how powerful it was. Their hearts were in turmoil. 9 grand supreme mystic immortal experts were a force that could not be ignored in any sect. Even if the Zhao clan had many experts, they could not help but be tempted. Whoever unlocks the sealed supreme mystic immortal expert, will listen to their orders. Yang Qin felt that the temptation wasn't deep enough, so he immediately added another sentence. How do we know the location? How do we undo the seal? The Grand Supreme Expert in front immediately asked. This time, Yang Chen did not answer straightforwardly. Instead, he shook his head slowly with a smile. The meaning was obvious. Everyone exchanged secrets for secrets. Yang Chen had already said half of it, and the Zhao clan had to say something too. What do you want to know? The Grand Supreme in front was not stupid. He naturally knew the principle of exchange and asked, Where is the Zhao clan? Yang Chen blurted out, and then added, What is the Zhao clan's plot to create the demon continent? You want to know where my Zhao clan is? The Grand Supreme in front sneered, You won't be able to find it, even if I tell you it is here today. Maybe when you go tomorrow, it is still not here. This question is meaningless. Upon hearing this, Yang Qin immediately thought of Long Xian. Originally, the Zhao clan was on Long Xian's back, wandering around. It could be said that they had no fixed residence. In this way, this question was indeed meaningless. As for the plot of my Zhao clan, the Grand Supreme in front hesitated for a moment, and then said, If this old man says that the two of us don't know, do you believe it or not? I don't believe it. Yang Qin shook his head directly. What a joke! 2 Grand Supreme Mystic Immortal Masters. Which sect or family wouldn't be the core of the core? Don't you even know what the family is going to do? Who are you trying to fool? The truth is, we really don't know. This time, even the Grand Supreme Expert in the back shook his head and smiled bitterly. There is no need for us to deceive you. The ancestor only said to cultivate in secret, and we will naturally know when we reach the immortal world. Not to mention that we don't know what the ancestor has arranged. We don't even know that the ancestor has sealed 9 Grand Supreme Mystic Immortal Masters. Looking at their posture, they really didn't know. As the two said, in the current situation, Yang Qin was already firmly controlled, and Yang Chen's life and death could be controlled at any time, so there was really no need for them to hide. AI, your ancestor is really strange. Yang Qin sighed and could only say bitterly, It seems that you really don't know. In that case, it's useless. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I will accept this karma. Chapter 1765. What do you mean? Hearing Yang Chen's catchphrase, the 2 supreme mystic immortal experts of the Zhao family were confused. It was true that Yang Chen was an executioner. They had also seen these 2 sentences in their understanding of Yang Chen's experience, but they had never heard Yang Chen say it. However, this did not deny that they knew one thing, and that was that the guys who heard Yang Chen say this to them were all dead. If the current situation was Yang Chen having the upper hand, there would be no problem. He was meat on the chopping block, so it was normal for him to be killed. However, it was clearly not the case now. 2 supreme mystic immortal experts were blocking a human immortal junior from the front and back. And this junior actually dared to talk nonsense? The first reaction after being surprised and puzzled was that the 2 supreme mystic immortal experts wanted to laugh. They had seen people who overestimated themselves, but they had never seen someone who overestimated themselves to such an extent. With a difference of 3 realms, it was simply a joke to rely on magic treasures or a raise to launch a sneak attack. However, Yang Qin used his actions to tell them that this was not a joke. A brown circular whip suddenly appeared in Yang Chen's hand. Even with the eyesight of the 2 supreme mystic immortals, they could not see how this soft whip suddenly appeared. Fortunately, The two of them had observed carefully enough and discovered that the quaint bracelet on Yang Chen's wrist had disappeared. Although they did not see the specific process of change, they were sure that this long whip should have been transformed from that bracelet. Yang Chen's goal was very clear. As soon as he made a move, the long whip swung towards the supreme mystic immortal expert in front of him. At the same time that the long whip was swung down, the figure of Xiao Tian also appeared in his other hand, and the shining blade of the immortal beheading saber was spat out from his mouth in an instant. Naturally, there would be someone to deal with the supreme mystic immortal expert behind him. After Yang Chen heard that familiar voice, Yang Chen did not doubt this at all. Sure enough, the sudden exclamation behind him had clearly indicated that the supreme mystic immortal expert behind him could not free his hands to deal with Yang Chen now. In other words, the only enemy that Yang Chen had to face was the one in front of him. Faced with Yang Chen's fiendish whip, the supreme expert didn't even look at it. His attention was still attracted by the figure behind Yang Chen. The Yang Chen in front of him was just a ringworm. A guy who could suddenly attack and make his companions flustered was the real trouble that needed some time to clean up. He should at least be a fairy immortal expert, right? However, his eyes and divine sense clearly told him that the fellow who had suddenly appeared was only a human immortal. How was this possible? How could a human immortal junior make his companions so flustered? If you weren't in the game, you couldn't imagine what it felt like to face an enemy. But at this time, Yang Chen's opponent still intuitively believed that this was his companion's playfulness and intended to play with Yang Chen's helper. This guess also gave him the attitude to deal with Yang Chen's attack. Since it was a game, he might as well play a little bigger and cooperate with his companion to make the two little guys happy. Did they really think that with just two human immortal juniors, they could really survive in front of two supreme mystic immortal experts? Since they had to put on a show, they naturally had to go all the way. Otherwise, they would lose the joy of watching a show. At this moment, Yang Chen's opponent had finished judging all this, then made a decision and began to enter the implementation stage. With just a thought, a black line that was so subtle that it was almost undetectable shot out from the supreme expert's hand and instantly pierced the brown whip that was about to hit his body. Immediately, the supreme expert let out a scream of horror, as if he was scared by the sudden change. His body was not so agile, and he could only watch the brown whip hit his head. Bang! The whip hit the supreme expert's arm that was clumsily waving to block himself. In the expectation of the great master, it should be that the soft whip had no more strength. It looked like it was smashing hard, but he should stand unscathed. Then he suddenly stopped screaming and straightened up as if nothing had happened. Looking at Yang Chen, who was shocked because of the sudden burst of the soft whip, he appreciated the change of his expression from the smugness of the sneak attack to the horror. This was the most wonderful part of the play. The magic treasure that looked like an embroidery needle would be the culprit that caused all these changes. The most powerful effect of the magic treasure that had been refined for thousands of years was that it could directly pierce through almost all the protective magic treasures in the world. Some magic treasures could block the smashing of a sledgehammer and the sharpness of a flying sword, but they could not block the sharp sting of a needle. Whether it was a protective magic treasure or an ordinary flying sword, once it was pierced by this penetrating bone needle, it would immediately destroy the internal structure of the magic treasure. After a long time or a little more force was used, the magic treasure would be torn apart. If it was pierced into the body, as the name suggested, the penetrating bone needle would directly find and drill into the opponent's bones to absorb their bone marrow. Everything was calculated flawlessly, and these two human immortal juniors were just playthings in the palm of his hand. Just when the supreme expert had already determined the result and was waiting for the inevitable scene to appear, a sudden change occurred. Pa! The soft whip ruthlessly lashed at the Grand Supreme Expert's outstretched arm. A tremendous force like the weight of MT Tai hit his body. Before the Grand Supreme Expert could react, Kacha! His arm had already been bent into a twisted angle. The attack did not stop there. After being blocked by the Supreme Expert's arm, the head of the whip suddenly swung down and hit the Supreme Expert's face. At this moment, the Supreme Expert's face seemed to have been directly hit by Red Big Wolf's frying pan. His entire face became flat, and the Supreme Expert almost fainted from this huge force. He thought that this was the end, but he did not expect that in addition to the power of the whip, its weight was also an unbelievable number. Mount Tai? What was Mount Tai? If it was just Mount Tai, the Supreme Expert could lift 10 of them. However, the weight of this whip was directly unbearable for the Supreme Expert, and his entire body was smashed into the ground by the whip. Even though he was smashed into the ground at high speed, it felt like a cannonball being fired. The sharp pain in his arm and head, coupled with the dizziness caused by the whip, caused the Supreme Expert to not even be able to use Earth Escape. Relying on the strength of his body, he was smashed into the ground hundreds of feet deep. At Yang Chen's side, 12 almost identical towering trees suddenly appeared. As soon as they appeared, the 12 trees seemed to be alive, each moving in a fixed direction. In an instant, they formed a formation and suddenly exerted force. Chapter 1766. The 12 Yuanqin Sea Suppression Formation was originally used by Yangqin for the Penglai Divine Wood Demon to guard the house. Now it was also suitable for this place. As soon as the Penglai Divine Wood Demon took root, the land within hundreds of miles became harder than iron and stone. Not to mention the Earth Escape, it was not easy to drill out of the ground. For so many years, the Penglai Divine Wood Demon had been practicing in the Dragon Palace. The spiritual pressure of the spiritual world was almost completely unadapted to the guys with the word divine in their name. In the past 200 years, the strength of the Penglai Divine Wood Demon could be said to have completely improved. The level of the 7th grade human immortal surpassed any genius in Yang Chen's family. This also made the power of the 12 Yuanqin Sea Suppression Formation directly improved to an incredible level. If it was used to guard the house, the fairy immortal masters might not be able to win under their joint forces. The huge roots of the 12 Penglai Divine Wood Demons directly locked the Supreme Master underground. With just one force, the Supreme Master who had been rammed into the ground was shaken out again. The first blow of Yang Chen's soft whip was enough to make the Supreme Master dizzy and almost faint. He was rammed into the ground and was shaken out by the 12 Penglai Divine Wood Demons. He became more and more confused and almost had no power to resist. Yang Chen did not directly cut him off, but released all his wives and concubines. They had been anxious in the Dragon Palace for a long time. They could only see the situation outside, but they could not help. Now that they were outside, the women did not think about it and directly attacked the enemy of Yangqin. The opportunity for a human immortal cultivator to attack a supreme mystic immortal master was simply unique. It was a rare opportunity for the women to improve their state of mind, accumulate experience, and cultivate their self-confidence. How could Yangqin miss this opportunity? The fastest attack was Shi Shanshan. A pure yang sword qi exhausted all the spiritual power of her body. Even if it was a supreme master, with some protective magic treasure instinctively protecting him, he was still penetrated by the sword qi. His left chest made a sound, a small hole opened, and blood flowed out of the wound. This sword qi also drained the spirit power of Shi Shanshan's whole body. Her body was soft, but immediately her waist was tight, but she was held in Yang Chen's arms. The next women's attack was not so sharp. The sound of clanking sounded, but the flying sword was blocked by the magic treasure. Even so, the light of the Supreme Master's body was also dimmed a lot. When Tao Junkie saw that her attack was ineffective, she immediately used her natal pure Yin True Fire to burn it without hesitation. After the continuous tempering of Tao Junkie's spiritual world, the 7th grade pure Yin True Fire was strengthened by Yang Chen's white flame and had risen to the 9th grade level. Even the purest fire cultivator would be flustered if their natal true fire wasn't the pure Yin True Fire, not to mention that this Grand Elder wasn't a fire cultivator at all. In an instant, the Supreme Master was trapped in the flames. Even though he could barely maintain the flames without hurting him with his powerful strength, he didn't have the strength to fight back. Murong, 5 elements formation! Yang Qin called out, and the Murong sisters answered in unison. The 5 of them split into 5 directions and surrounded the Grand Supreme Elite. They brought out the 5 element hooks, and with the support from the rune, they hooked his limbs and head in an incredibly unreasonable manner. Then they pulled him in 5 different directions while he was covered in blood. When Sun Qingxue and Shi Wushuang saw this, their life source magic weapons immediately slashed down without caring about their lives. It didn't matter where it was, as long as he could hit it. Amidst the clanking sounds, the last bit of the Grand Supreme Expert's protective treasure, light, dimmed to the point where it could not be detected. When had a dignified Supreme Mystic Immortal Expert suffered such humiliation in front of a few human immortals? His limbs were spread open, and he couldn't move in the air as if he was being torn apart by 5 horses. He was burned by a little girl, and then beaten up by 2 other girls. It was simply humiliating. However, if he didn't have any way to fight back now, he would be killed by these girls and the 12 little tree monsters, not to mention feeling ashamed and resentful. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame Yang Chen's first attack for being so ruthless that he still hadn't recovered from it. One of his arms was broken, and there was a hole in his chest. It even hurt his heart a little. His limbs and head were hooked by the strange hooks of the 5 girls, and he couldn't move at all. His head was still the size of 2, and he couldn't react at all. It could be said that his life was in danger. The desire to survive made the Grand Supreme Expert struggle to fight back. In his heart, as long as he could launch a little attack, he could reverse this unfavorable situation. These little girls and the dozen or so little tree demons were definitely not his match. However, he was in a daze and had completely forgotten that in addition to these few enemies in his imagination, there was another great enemy present, and that was Yang Qin, who knocked him out with a whip. Seeing that the Grand Supreme Expert was about to struggle and attack, Yang Qin didn't miss the opportunity to whip again. This time, it bypassed the limbs and head and lashed between the Grand Supreme Expert's chest and abdomen. Pa! Kacha! The sound of the whip hitting the body was mixed with the sound of the sternum breaking again. This whip made the little bit of spiritual power that the Grand Supreme Expert had barely raised disappear immediately. At the same time, the magic treasure that protected his body was directly shattered. Normally, even 10 Mount Tai would not be able to bend his sternum at all, but now it was directly smashed. This time, the Grand Supreme Expert completely lost the ability to resist, and completely became a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. If there were no accidents, these dozen or so human immortal children would be enough to send him to the Yellow Springs. Finally realizing that something was wrong, the Grand Supreme Expert felt a sense of fear for the first time in his life. For the first time in his life, he opened his mouth and asked his companion for help. "Save me!" As if responding to his cry for help, a watermelon-sized object fell from the sky and landed right on the chest of the Grand Supreme Expert, who was being pulled up in the air, causing his already severely injured body to be hit even more heavily. When the Grand Supreme Expert took a closer look, he realized that this watermelon-sized object was actually his companion's 6th Sun Chief. At this moment, the eyes on his companion's head were still wide open, and the shocked expression on his face did not have time to change, as if he couldn't believe everything that had happened. His companion, who was also a Grand Supreme Xian Immortal Expert, was actually beheaded by a human Immortal Junior? How was this possible? However, the head was right in front of him, and other than despair, the Grand Supreme Expert had no other thoughts. He was planning to self-destruct and bring Yang Chen's family along with him before he died. But unfortunately, Yang Chen did not give him this opportunity. The immortal beheading saber slashed down mercilessly, and with a flash of the saber light, the head fell to the ground. Chapter 1767. until Yang Chen's blood demon vine flying sword and a Bai's body appeared and absorbed the blood of the two supreme mystic immortals at the scene. The women had not yet recovered from the shock. The battle just now didn't count. They fought with all their strength. How could they care about other things? Now that the enemy's head had fallen to the ground, the women realized that they had just joined forces with their husband to kill a supreme, mystic, immortal master. Any one of these girls was basically an amazing cultivation genius. When they were in the mortal world, the number of enemies they had killed was not just counted in dozens or hundreds, but there had never been a time when they could not believe it like this. That was a supreme, mystic, immortal master, a great master who had surpassed the limit of the spiritual world. But he was killed by a few human immortal juniors? Although it seemed a little unfair to bully the weak, if the huge gap in strength of the other party was 3 realms higher than them, it still seemed so unreal to kill the enemy. That kind of shock was almost comparable to when Yang Chen killed a late Mahayana realm master when he was in the foundation establishment stage. If it weren't for the enemy's body and head in front of them, the women would rather believe that this was a nightmare. It's a pity that if a supreme mystic immortal master wants to die, it's not easy to catch him alive. A familiar voice came from behind the women and passed into their ears. "Greetings, big brother." Hearing this familiar voice, the women no longer doubted what had just happened, and they all turned around and saluted respectfully. "Big brother." Yang Chen also called out with a smile. When facing the pursuit of 2 supreme mystic immortal masters, he calmly stopped to talk to the other party and killed them, and when fighting against a supreme mystic immortal, there was no one else but his sworn brother Li Cheng. It was Li Cheng who walked over while shaking his head. In the eyes of everyone, he was also just a human immortal level cultivator. However, Li Cheng alone blocked a supreme mystic immortal master and killed him. Even Yang Chen did not dare to have such extravagant hopes without the help of the Earth Dragon. "Well done." Li Cheng nodded at the girls and praised them. Strangely enough, with just a word of praise from Li Cheng, the women actually felt honored. It was very magical. "Oh, Palace Master Zhang Jiao and the elders." After greeting Li Cheng, Yang Chen was about to say something, but his face suddenly changed. There was also a supreme master and several fairy immortal masters on the side of the Chunyang Palace mountain gate. The master of the palace was definitely in danger. Li Cheng also knew the seriousness of the problem. He didn't say much and waved his hand. "Hurry up and go back to help." After saying that, Li Cheng used some unknown method, and the array flag released by the Zhao family supreme expert was in his hands. There were no more obstacles in front of everyone. Yang Chen didn't say anything and took the Penglai Divine Wood monster back to the Dragon Palace. At the same time, he also put away the bodies of the 2 supreme masters. He didn't have the time to check the loot. It was more important to rush back to the sect. "Don't panic. The other party didn't get the thing. They won't kill us immediately." Li Cheng saw that Yang Chen was a little anxious and opened his mouth to explain. The Pure Yang Palace also had the old bug who should still be able to resist the attack of a master of the highest level, but the Palace Master Zhang Jiao and the others certainly couldn't resist a few celestial immortal masters. They didn't know what their situation was now. When he escaped before, he hated that he couldn't grow 4 legs. Now when he went back, he was even more anxious than when he first escaped. In the end, this was Yang Chen's own self-blame. He thought that with the promise of the 5 major sect, at least in Linyangchuan, no one dared to deal with Chunyang Palace. This was Yang Chen's judgment error, and the price of this mistake was likely to be the price of blood paid by the master of the palace and several elders. The closer he got to Chunyang Palace, the calmer Yang Chen's face became, but everyone could see a huge wave that was being desperately suppressed from his face. Maybe things are not that bad, but you have to be mentally prepared. Looking at their husband's face, the women didn't dare to speak at this time. Only Li Cheng spoke. "I know." Yang Chen took a long breath, as if to exhale the resentment in his heart, and said calmly, "This is my fault. If anything happens to the master of the palace, I will avenge them. At this point, it was useless to be anxious. He could only face the result with an almost cruel calm mood. Yang Chen was very clear about this. Hundreds of miles away, Yang Chen and his party noticed the battle over there. The battle between Old Bug and another Supreme Master was not over yet. The battle between the two Supreme Shen Immortals could almost be said to be a mess for hundreds of miles. No one knows me, I'll go in and see. Li Cheng directly dropped a sentence, then flashed out of the shuttle, and then everyone instantly lost track of Li Cheng. Whether it was spiritual awareness or the five senses, they could not detect any trace of him. Yang Chen thought about it, and then ordered the women back into the Dragon Palace. Yang Chen alone drove the shuttle and rushed directly from the underground to the center of the battle between Old Bug and his enemy. Old Bug's cultivation was slightly higher than the other party, but it was also higher by a limit. Between the two, there was still a situation of no victory or defeat. It became a war of attrition. What Yang Chen worried about was that after adding a few fairy immortals and earth immortals, maybe this balance would be broken. Soon, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness had already explored the situation over there. What made Yang Chen relieved was that he did not find any corpses. Whether it was the master of the palace, the elders, or the ordinary disciples of Chunying Palace, there were no corpses. The only possibility was that they had been captured, not killed. Old Bug's situation was very bad, facing multiple opponents. Old Bug had now fallen into a disadvantage. If he had not already tasted Yang Chen's yin-yang heaven-burning fire, maybe he would not have been able to persist until now. Fortunately, Yang Chen came back, and he was accompanied by a more powerful sworn brother, Li Cheng. You deal with the fairy immortal, I'll deal with the supreme, do it! When Yang Chen's shuttle was close to the center of the battle, Li Cheng's voice sounded directly in Yang Chen's inner ear, like a commander in command. Yang Chen did not think about it. He rushed out of the ground with the earth dragon and directly smashed it towards the nearest fairy immortal master. The earth dragon itself was at the level of Shen Immortal. Plus Yang Chen's huge force, the opponent only had time to sacrifice a protective magic weapon to resist, and was rolled up by the earth dragon. In the blink of an eye, no one knew where he flew. Only the sound of bones breaking was left on the scene. Chapter 1768. The sudden turn of events startled everyone in the battle. Immediately afterward, the expert, who was fighting Elder Bug, suddenly let out a scream of horror. He spat out a mouthful of blood that was dozens of meters high. He was severely injured. Without looking, Yang Chen knew that this must be Brother Li Cheng's move. As long as Brother Li Cheng made a move, let alone a Supreme Shen Immortal, it was estimated that another Supreme Shen Immortal would not be able to resist. What's more, there was also Elder Bug next to him who was almost as strong as him. Taking advantage of someone's weakness was the law of survival in the spiritual realm. No one would think that there was anything wrong with this, especially when it happened between the two sides who were fighting. The countless clones of Elder Bug swarmed up and directly surrounded the Supreme Shen Immortal, who was already bleeding and seriously injured. In the blink of an eye, the Supreme Shen Immortal turned into a round ball of fairy-devouring insects. A terrifying chewing sound came from the insect ball, making one's hair stand on end. The other fairy immortal who was cooperating with the Supreme Shen Immortal to attack Elder Bug was shocked. How did it suddenly become like this? He didn't understand what was going on and was scared by the situation in front of him. In a flash, the fairy immortal suddenly saw the figure of Yang Chen. At this moment, the fairy immortal immediately made a move that no one would have thought of. He directly took out a space magic weapon and shouted at Yang Chen, "Stop! Otherwise, I will kill your palace master and the elders." Obviously, this guy grasped Yang Chen's weakness and also knew what Yang Chen was most afraid of now, so he made the most correct response in time. His lightning decision saved his life. Yang Chen's figure suddenly stopped in place and no longer moved. The palace master and the elders were still alive, and even the disciples were still alive. This was excellent news for Yang Chen. However, now that they were all controlled by the fairy Immortal Master. This was a bit difficult to deal with. Killing this guy would be easy. Whether it was Old Bug, Li Cheng, or even Yang Chen and his Earth Dragon, they could all kill him easily. However, it was extremely difficult to make this fellow not detonate that spatial magic treasure before he died. At the end of the day, he was a heavenly immortal expert, and he could do it with a thought. Yang Chen stopped, but Old Bug didn't stop chewing. A series of creepy noises came from the huge celestial devouring insect ball, and the celestial devouring insects moved from the inside to the outside from time to time. This scene could give a timid person countless nightmares. Make him stop too. Stop! The Heaven Immortal expert couldn't stand such a scene and almost screamed. Of course, it could not be ruled out that he wanted to save the Supreme Expert so that he could have one more helper on his side. Old Bug, let him go. Yang Chen looked at the hysterical Heaven Immortal expert and shouted. The celestial devouring insect ball immediately stopped squirming, and then all the celestial devouring insects flew away quickly and began to gather in another direction. After a while, the figure of Old Bug appeared. Looking at Old Bug's expression, it seemed that he was very dissatisfied, but the radiant aura on his face made no doubt that he had just been greatly nourished. The Supreme Expert, who was wrapped in the celestial devouring insect ball, was finally freed. But seeing his current appearance, the Heaven Immortal expert couldn't help but take a deep breath. In just such a short moment, the Supreme Elder that he was familiar with had turned into a skeleton, and even some of the bones were incomplete. Although he was still alive, he was no different from a dead person. Without flesh and blood, it would be impossible to recover in a short period of time unless he had cultivated a special cultivation method or had some powerful spirit medicine of the life and death physique. Yang Chen and Old Bug stared coldly at the Heaven Immortal expert with the spatial magic treasure. One of their eyes was filled with hatred, while the other was filled with desire. When Old Bug subconsciously wiped his mouth and swallowed a mouthful of saliva, the pressure he felt was even more frightening than facing death. Take out all of your dwelling, God Jade. The Heaven Immortal expert's voice was filled with madness. Take them all out. Otherwise, I will kill all of your disciples in Chunyang Palace right now. In the eyes of the Heaven Immortal expert, Yang Chen hesitated for a moment. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he threw out a cosmos bag without hesitation. Needless to say, this cosmos bag contained all the dwelling god jade he had asked for. Yang Chen valued the elders and disciples of his sect so much that he made the decision so quickly, which was beyond the Heaven Immortal expert's expectation. This made him ecstatic, and the fear he felt when he saw the Supreme Elder's skeleton was greatly reduced. If he had known this would happen, he would not have gone through so much trouble. He could have found a chance to capture one or two of the senior members of Chunying Palace, and he could have easily blackmailed Yangchen. There was no need to go through so much trouble and send out the Supreme Elder. Now, one of the Supreme Elders had become a skeleton, and the other two had gone out to chase Yangchen. Now that Yangchen had returned, the two Supreme Elders were nowhere to be seen. No matter how he thought about it, the situation did not bode well for him. The Heaven Immortal expert rushed forward and grabbed the cosmos bag. With his spirit sense, he immediately saw what was inside. The whole cosmos bag was filled with jade, and it exuded a unique, unpleasant smell. Although he had not seen the dwelling god jade before, he could roughly tell what it was based on its characteristics. Step back, otherwise I will kill them. With the item in his hand, the Heaven Immortal expert glanced at the Supreme Elder and put him into the space treasure, and then threatened Yangchen. His goal had been achieved. If he did not leave now, would he wait for the fairy-devouring insect queen to eat him into a skeleton? Yangchen and the fairy-devouring insect queen seemed to be very obedient. Their figures retreated quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they had retreated a few miles away. The Heaven Immortal expert was overjoyed and turned to leave. If he did not leave now, when would he? However, After flying a few feet away, the Heaven Immortal expert noticed that something was wrong. Why did his body become much lighter? He looked down and was shocked to find that he did not see his body. What was going on? Suddenly, there was a coquettish laughter in his ears, and then the Heaven Immortal expert felt that he had stopped. His head turned back strangely, and then he saw the familiar headless corpse standing not far away. "Feng Hua, you came at the right time." Yang Chen's voice came. The Heaven Immortal expert only heard this sentence, and then he completely lost all consciousness. Chapter 1769. The Fairy Immortal Master, who had already lost his head, would never have thought that the scenes he had just seen of Yang Chen handing over the dwelling spirit jade and retreating without hesitation as required were all illusions. They were all things he wanted to see, not real. When the Fairy Immortal Master said threatening words, Yang Chen noticed a familiar aura. That was the aura of Old Hai, which Yang Chen had felt many times at Yin Yang Demon School. A little Fairy Immortal Junior, in the eyes of Old Hai, was not an opponent. Old Hai, who was at the level of the Supreme Mystic Immortal, could easily deal with this guy when he was alone. What he wanted him to see, what he wanted him to see, what he wanted him to think was the situation. The one who came with Old Hai was, of course, Lady Feng Hua of Yin Yang Demon School. Yang Chen told Old Hai to always protect Lady Feng Hua. Wherever Lady Feng Hua went, Old Hai would be there. Yang Chen did not even have to look to know that Lady Feng Hua must be nearby. Since Old Hai took action, Yang Chen did not do anything and waited quietly. Sure enough, in less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, this guy hit his head on Lady Feng Hua's flying sword. Yang Chen flew forward and grabbed the space magic weapon in this guy's hand. He immediately wrapped it with his spiritual awareness, so that the other party could not use the last of his spiritual awareness to control the explosion. When the Fairy Immortal Master was completely dead, the spiritual awareness imprint completely dissipated. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness then penetrated in and took the space magic weapon as his own. The moment the spiritual awareness imprint was made, Yang Chen was completely relieved. In the space magic weapon, the Palace Master and several elders were there, but they were unconscious, but there was no danger to their lives. In addition, the disciples of Chunyang Palace, who did not escape, were all inside. In addition to the serious injuries at the beginning, they were basically knocked unconscious by the Grand Supreme Master. At this moment, Yang Chen was glad that the other party had used a supreme, mystic, immortal expert from the start. His spiritual consciousness jolted everyone except Yang Chen's family unconscious, which saved the other party a lot of trouble. Since they did not resist, there was naturally no need for them to start a massacre. They still wanted to use these people to threaten Yang Chen, so they did not kill them. If it wasn't for this, how could he have had the chance to be rescued? Unfortunately, the man who had been gnawed into a skeleton by Elder Bug did not manage to escape in the end. Even though he had been taken into a spatial treasure by his companion, he was still dead. In this way, Yang Chen's plan to catch a living person to know the details of the Zhao family was completely frustrated. By the way, aren't there a few other earthly immortals? Where did he go? Yang Chen suddenly remembered that after the other party made a move, in addition to the Supreme Master and the Fairy Immortal Master, there were also a few Earth Immortal Masters. At this time, he did not see a shadow, which was very strange. "Those guys, I ate them early on," Elder Bug said from the side. "Of course, I picked the weak guys first." What a pity. Yang Chen had some regrets. At the beginning, the other party moved too fiercely. As soon as the three Supreme Masters made a move, Yang Chen turned around and fled. He did not have time to order Elder Bug to keep a few people alive. Even if there was a chance at that time, Yang Chen would not ask Elder Bug to take risks under the attack of a Supreme Master, 2 Fairy Immortals, and several Earth Immortals. In any case, the survival of his own people was the most important thing. As for the guy who had been smashed by Yang Chen could not think of any possibility of him being lucky. When he attacked, Yang Chen's mind was full of the idea of revenge for the palace master, but he did not think so much. After that, he felt regret. If he had known, he would have kept that guy alive. The Earth Dragon also quickly turned back. Sure enough, as Yang Chen expected, the fairy Immortal Master had been used as a tonic in the belly of the Earth Dragon. It was impossible for the great Principal Golden Immortal to bring a dead guy back to life. At this point, the crisis of Chunyang Palace was completely resolved. Elder Bug, Elder Hai, and the Earth Dragon were three supreme Xian Immortal Masters, together with his sworn brother Li Cheng. This place was basically impregnable, and there was no need to worry about anything. Although this time the disciples of Chunyang Palace did not suffer much loss. The mountain gate of Chunyang Palace suffered a disaster. In the attack of the three supreme Xian Immortal Masters and the battle between Elder Bug and a supreme Xian Immortal within 1,000 miles of the mountain gate, there was no complete building. It was completely turned into ruins. Fortunately, there were no indigenous people living in the spirit world. Otherwise, it would have led to the destruction of the people. The palace master and several elders were rescued one by one, and then the other disciples. After waking up, the people of Chunyang Palace looked at the ruins of the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. They were all silent. No one spoke. Their own mountain gate was destroyed. Even if everyone survived, it would be a heavy blow to the reputation of Chunyang Palace. It's good that the mountain gate is destroyed. Yang Chen's words almost made the disciples of Chunyang Palace jump up and curse. If it were not for Yang Chen's identity and prestige, someone would have already started to curse. What did it mean that it was destroyed? How could the Sex Mountain Gate allow people to be so contemptuous? This is just an Earth Immortal Spirit Vein. We will find a Fairy Immortal Spirit Vein and rebuild the Mountain Gate on it. Immediately after, Yang Chen's words made everyone's heavy mind immediately turn into expectation and hope. The young palace master had never lied. Since he said that he wanted to find a Fairy Immortal Spirit Vein to rebuild, he would definitely be able to find it. After appeasing the minds of the people of Chunyang Palace, the palace master began to receive Lady Fanghua in this simple environment. In any case, Lady Fanghua was originally a guest. When she was in the mortal world, everyone had a lot of cooperation. There was no need to contradict each other in the spiritual world. Moreover, this kind of cooperation had been planned for a long time. At least there was a little accident today. Yang Chen did not show up immediately, but released all his wives and concubines, and then let them immediately rush back to the sect and report to their respective sect what happened in Chunyang Palace today. The people of the 5 major sect had just patted their chests and made a promise. As a result, after their people left, this kind of thing happened before the tea was cold. The 5 major sect had to give an explanation to Chunyang Palace, right? This was not Yang Chen's deliberate provocation, but the Zhao family was really slapping the 5 major sect in the face, and it was one big slap after another. After the slap, they also put the faces of the 5 major sect into the dirty water and trampled on them fiercely. If the 5 major sect did not have an explanation for this matter, the 5 major sect would not want to have any cooperation with outsiders in the future. Not to mention cooperation. In the future, when the people of the 5 major sect went out, they did not know what kind of eyes they would have to face from other cultivators. It turned out that the 5 major sect were just playing with their words. Chapter 1770. It was not clear to Yang Chen how the 5 major sects would retaliate. At this time, it was better to settle the Chunyang Palace first. The huge mountain gate had become a ruin, and even the disciples did not know how to arrange it, let alone the guests who came to seek cooperation. Fortunately, he had just obtained a space magic weapon from the Zhao family's fairy Immortal Master, which was the one that was imprisoned after the master of the palace was in a coma. Yang Chen gave it to the master of the palace and temporarily settled the disciples of the Chunyang Palace. As for Lady Fanghua, who came to cooperate, it was handed over to Yang Chen to personally receive. As Yang Chen expected, the representatives sent by Yin Yang Demon School, in addition to Lady Fanghua, with the female disciples of Lady Fanghua, Yang Chen's maids, and Old Hai. Lady Fanghua was now the great elder of Yin Yang Demon School and was qualified to make some cooperation decisions on behalf of Yin Yang Demon School. In particular, Lady Fanghua was still the old man who had cooperated with the Chunyang Palace in the mortal world. It was appropriate to send her to discuss cooperation with the Chunyang Palace and Yangchen. Old Hai must have followed Lady Fanghua. It was not known how many people in the Yin Yang Demon School were envious to the point of drooling. Such a master was so obedient, Lady Fanghua did not know what kind of dog-shit luck she had. As for the maids of Yangchen, on the surface, they were the disciples of Lady Fanghua. The master took the disciples out to gain experience and increase their knowledge. Did this still need a reason? The master of the palace had already negotiated with Lady Fanghua. This kind of cooperation had been done several times in the mortal world. In addition, the price tag had basically been negotiated with the 5 major sects. They were quite familiar with it. Next, Lady Fanghua and Yangchen had a private discussion. Originally, this kind of thing should be avoided from Li Cheng, but to Li Cheng's surprise, Yang Chen did not intend to avoid him at all. What was even more outrageous was that Yang Chen brought him, Lady Fanghua's female disciples, and Grand Supreme Expert Elder Hai to the Dragon Palace. In an instant, Li Cheng understood many things. He couldn't help but pay more attention to Old Hai. Soon, he vaguely sensed a familiar aura from Old Hai. That was the scent of Yang Chen's divine sense in Old Hai's divine sense. When he thought of what Yang Chen had said to the 2 grand supreme mystic immortals of the Zhao clan, he basically immediately understood Old Hai's origins. When the 30 maids entered the Dragon Palace, it was as if they had returned home. They immediately began to disperse in a familiar manner. In Li Cheng's astonished gaze, a set of exquisite tea and snacks was placed on the table in a short while. Then, surrounded by the incense, Yang Chen, Li Cheng, and Lady Fanghua began to taste the names. As for the cooperation that Yin Yang Demon School wanted to discuss with Yang Chen, Lady Fanghua didn't even mention a word about it. Fanghua, this is Brotherly, my sworn brother. Come and greet him. Lady Fanghua served Yang Chen like a little wife. Yang Chen didn't treat her as an outsider and directly introduced Li Cheng to her. At the same time, she didn't forget the beautiful maids. You guys have also met Brotherly. Fanghua greets Brotherly. Lady Fanghua got up and greeted Li Cheng. This was the only person that Yang Chen had introduced to her other than Yang Chen's wives and concubines. Moreover, he was also Yang Chen's sworn brother. Lady Fanghua didn't dare to have the slightest neglect. Servant greets master. Lady Fanghua was so grand that the maids didn't dare to have the slightest neglect. They all showed up to pay their respects. Brother, these are my housekeeper and maids. What do you think? Yang Chen turned around and introduced Lady Fanghua and a group of maids to Li Cheng. Many flower-like beauties uniformly greeted as if they were serving an emperor. Even with Li Cheng's experience, he was stunned for a moment, but he immediately adapted. But soon, he understood Yang Chen's meaning. He couldn't help but shake his head at Yang Chen and sigh. I really don't know what to do with you. Li Cheng sighed. A jade slip appeared in his hand, and he directly handed it to the maid closest to him. This is a joint attack formation, the 28 constellation sky splitting formation. At least 28 people can use it. It doesn't matter if there are a few more. Your cultivation techniques are the same. This formation can also help you cultivate together. Cultivate more. Thank you, Master. A formation that could be used to cultivate together and was also a joint attack formation was definitely a good thing for the girls. The girls understood that this was a greeting gift from Brother Li Cheng and thanked him in unison. In addition, you can try to refine this thing together. Li Cheng took out a golden object and handed it to Lady Fanghua. If you can refine it in the spiritual realm, your cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Yang Qin saw clearly that the golden object was a golden statue. But the strange thing was that this golden statue had no head. It was a headless golden statue. There was no tempting aura on it. It looked very ordinary. But since Li Cheng said so, it must be a good thing that was worth moving. Thank you, big brother. Lady Fanghua was an outstanding figure in the Demon Gate. Her eyesight was simply first class. Even if she couldn't see the preciousness of this thing, she knew that it was definitely not a simple thing for her lover to spend so much effort to get a greeting gift from Li Cheng. She immediately expressed her sincere gratitude. Forget it. If I don't give you some benefits, you will definitely not let me go easily, Li Cheng said with a slightly bitter smile. Hurry up and send up the delicious food and drinks. Let me make up for the heartache of giving away such a good thing. The girls burst into laughter and then immediately got busy. After a while, a table of dishes was placed on the big table in front of Yang Qin and Li Cheng. Lady Fanghua personally served the two of them. Obviously, Li Cheng was a person who had seen the world. At least when facing those in front of him, he did not have the intention to eat the chopsticks rashly. Until the delicious main course was on the table, they began to slowly taste it under the service of the two maids. A delicious meal made Li Cheng eat a lot of praise, which was absolutely different from the kind of delicious food of Gong Sunling. It seemed that Li Cheng had not enjoyed such an atmosphere for a long time, and he was a little emotional. Yang Qin did not say much. After removing the dishes, the two of them found a comfortable place to lie down and enjoy a relaxed and comfortable after-meal tea. Lady Fanghua and the maids were very discerning and did not come over, leaving the space for Yang Qin and Li Cheng. You haven't told them about the heavenly zither fairy? Li Cheng stared at the dome of the Dragon Palace and asked casually. Chapter 1771. Not yet. Yang Qin let out a long sigh and turned to look at Li Cheng. He complained, Big brother, why did you suddenly push a beauty over? Do you think I don't have enough troubles? This is different. Li Cheng replied without thinking. I believe you can see that she has a powerful background. If you had made it public earlier, maybe this attack wouldn't have happened. He didn't know how Li Cheng came to this conclusion. Yang Qin thought for a long time in his mind, but he couldn't remember how much power Grandma Tianqin had in the spiritual world. It was because he was chased like a stray dog at that time. Where would he have more leisure time to care about others? However, Li Cheng must have his reasons for saying so. Yang Qin didn't refute, nor would he doubt it. So far, big brother Li Cheng had never told a lie, at least not to Yang Qin. Let's wait for Ayu to come back and let her decide. Yang Qin sighed. Originally, it was the happiest thing for him to be able to see his master again in this life and become a disciple of his master. In the end, not only did his master become his wife, but she also had a lot of beautiful wives and concubines. This matter was completely out of Yang Qin's control. Where did you get another one for the Dragon Palace? Of course, Li Cheng's eyes were sharp. When he entered the Dragon Palace, he saw the changes at first glance. He didn't ask until now. Yang Qin told the story of Wang Dongzhu, and also said the experience of Ao Lai. The origin of the Dragon Palace was naturally explained clearly. Li Cheng listened with relish. Even he had to admit that Yang Qin didn't live a very ordinary life these days. It was completely different from the boring life of refining elixirs in the eyes of others. Speaking of the Dragon Palace, Yang Qin thought of the dragon essence and dragon soul fragrance that he obtained in the Dragon Palace, as well as the spiritual pills that he refined later. One of the spiritual pills was originally prepared for Li Cheng. Yang Qin also took this opportunity to take it out and pass it to Li Cheng. I refined it myself. Big bro, take a look and see what level it is. When Yang Qin took the divine pill, he didn't mention what it was at all. He believed that with Li Cheng's insight, he would definitely know what it was. Good stuff. Li Cheng took it and examined it carefully for a while, then immediately sighed in admiration. He stared at the spiritual pill up and down and said, You actually found dragon soul fragrance. This is something you can't find even with a lantern. What is this? Jade. Top grade Yellow Springs jade, perching god jade, right? You used dragon soul incense and divine dwelling jade to refine this pill? He even used the methods of the merit chapter? Apart from the name Yang Qin came up with, the rest of Li Cheng's words were all correct. It could be said that he had seen it with his own eyes, and there was not the slightest error. At this time, other than nodding continuously, what else could Yang Qin say? For me? Li Cheng was slightly surprised. He held the spiritual pill in his hand and asked in return. There isn't much dragon soul fragrance, so there aren't many of them refined. Big bro, you can only take one. Yang Qin nodded again and explained the quantity himself, so that Li Cheng wouldn't have any bad ideas. This gift is very valuable. Even with Li Cheng's wealth, he couldn't help but want to cry and laugh when he held this spiritual pill. Dragon soul fragrance is such a valuable thing. Even the old dragons in the immortal world don't have many. This time, I really got a great bargain. What's there to say about whether it's valuable or not? It's a waste if you don't use it. Yang Qin didn't have any intention of taking out anything valuable at all. This was just a gift between brothers. He didn't think of it as a big gift at all. If Big Bro says that, then how can I return the things you gave to my sisters-in-law? That's true. Li Cheng was more open-minded than Yang Qin in some aspects, and immediately accepted this fact. With this, I'm afraid it's not one more life. Where are you keeping them? What Li Cheng asked was, of course, the place where Yang Qin kept the divine pills that he had entrusted to his life source, primordial spirit. There. Yang Qin pointed to the dragon tower where Xiao Tian stayed and replied, In the tower, it's relatively safe. Even if there's any trouble, there's enough nourishment here. Well, I'll put this one in too. Li Cheng didn't have a general trust in Yang Qin and made a decision in the blink of an eye. For an expert of Li Cheng's level, it was simply a piece of cake to entrust the spiritual pill. It was completed in a short while, and he handed the spiritual pill to Yang Qin. Yang Qin didn't say anything and gave Xiao Tian a thought. Xiao Tian immediately naughtily poked his head out of the dragon tower. The tail was still in the dragon tower, but the big head had already stretched to Yang Qin's side. He held Li Cheng's spiritual pill in his mouth and quickly retracted into the dragon tower. You're lucky to find this kind of dragon in the mortal world. Looking at the huge figure of Xiao Tian, Li Cheng didn't have any surprise. Watching Xiao Tian put his spiritual pill in the dragon tower, he seemed to find it funny and smiled slightly. After resting for a while, Li Cheng suddenly asked, Now your 9 ancient zither should be collected, right? Not long ago, the 2 masters of the Zhao family who were killed by Yang Qin and Li Cheng had 2 ancient zither in their hands. In addition to the 7 that Yang Qin had obtained before, all the 9 ancient zither that Yang Qin knew had fallen into the hands of Yang Qin. He didn't know how Li Cheng knew that all the other ancient zither had fallen into the hands of Yang Qin, but Yang Qin obviously wouldn't hide this issue from Li Cheng, and nodded straightforwardly. In other words, there may be 9 great masters sealed. Li Cheng asked immediately. This was what he knew from Yang Qin's mouth. Yang Qin nodded again. If his guess was right, it should be like this. However, in order to verify it, Yang Qin still took out the 2 newly obtained ancient zither, and then played the songs on the 2 ancient zither, and there were 2 more places in his mind. Let Junkie and Wu Shuang unlock the seals on these 2 zither. Yang Qin was very assured of Li Cheng, and even said his own plans. What about your 5 concubines? What are you going to do? Li Cheng looked at Yang Qin with a smile, and seemed to have guessed his plan. He asked calmly, in addition, how are you going to explain it to Fairy Tianqin? This was also the place where Yang Qin had a headache. 4 wives, plus Tao Junkie and Shi Wu Shuang, each had a great master. Even Lady Feng Hua had one by her side. The only ones left were the Morong sisters and Zhou Xianying. If there was only one left, it would be fine. Yang Chen could give the Earth Dragon to her, so that he wouldn't look biased, but there were 6 left, and one of them was the one who gave his ancient zither, which was very difficult. Chapter 1772. There are 5 dragon whisker strings and 4 dragon bone string pillars in the 9 zither. Yang Chen said, while skillfully removing the strings and string pillars from the 2 ancient zither. The strings and string pillars are for the heavenly zither fairy. I believe she should like it. By the way, big brother, she has changed her name to Fairy Soft Sound. Don't call her by the wrong name next time. Heavenly Phoenix zither with dragon whisker strings and dragon bone string pillars. Li Cheng thought about the combination and nodded. If it's refined well, it should be a good zither. It can be ranked as a 9th grade zither. Big brother, don't think about staying idle. You must be the one to refine it. Yang Chen put Li Cheng, this great master, without using him. He directly set his own plans and was not polite to Li Cheng at all. All right. Li Cheng agreed very readily and did not decline at all. There was no need for so many excuses between brothers. But Li Cheng immediately asked, "How do you plan to appease the Morong sisters?" "I don't know yet." Yang Chen really didn't think about it, but Yang Chen didn't want to be biased. So he immediately asked Li Cheng, "Big brother, do you have any ideas? Why do you think the ancestors of the Zhao family sealed 9 supreme mystic immortals for no reason?" Li Cheng didn't answer Yang Chen's question directly this time. Instead, he asked in a mysterious way, with these 9 supreme mystic immortals, why couldn't they do anything in the spiritual realm? Why did they have to seal them? The Zhao family is too mysterious. I can't see through them. Yang Chen frowned. He thought about the information he got about the Zhao family in the spiritual realm and couldn't help but shake his head. In order to seal these 9 supreme mystic immortals, they have to first find 9 fairy immortal spirit veins. Even if there isn't a fairy immortal spirit vein, they have to use a formation to gather the spiritual power of the surrounding spirit veins to achieve the effect of a fairy immortal spirit vein. It's strange. What Yang Chen said was the spiritual vein of the Gourd Valley where Old Chong was sealed. That spiritual vein itself was not a celestial immortal spiritual vein. It was simply the convergence of several spiritual veins around it. It was achieved with a brilliant formation to achieve the effect of a celestial immortal spiritual vein. Yang Chen couldn't figure out why. Gathering the surrounding spirit veins would definitely cause some loss of spiritual power. Why didn't they do it on one of the Earth immortal spirit veins? That way, the loss of spiritual power would be smaller. Unless that location is very important and must be there. Li Cheng had already given his judgment before Yang Chen could. In fact, according to Yang Chen's deduction, this might be the only explanation. Otherwise, there was no other explanation for the spiritual vein in the Gourd Cave. Where is Gourd Cave? Yang Chen thought about the location of the Gourd Cove, but he couldn't figure it out. Do I have to look at the 9 locations together? Although Yang Chen had a certain understanding of the spiritual realm, Yang Chen didn't have an accurate map of the spiritual realm. If Gong Sunling was here, it would be fine. Yang Chen could take Gong Sunling to various places and record all the locations. Then, he could directly see the connection of the 9 locations in the Mountain River geographical map. But now, if Yang Chen only relied on his brain to think, he couldn't find any pattern at all. Tell us all the 9 locations and we will analyze them. Li Cheng was excited. The connection of the 9 locations might be able to unlock the reason why the Zhao family sealed so many masters. No matter what, he had to investigate it. Let's wait for Ah Ling to come back and use the Mountain River geographical map. Yang Chen was interrupted by Li Cheng. Why bother? It seems that you still don't know the use of this map of the Dragon Palace. Li Cheng directly stopped Yang Chen's words, jumped up, and went straight to the Dragon Tower. Let Xiao Tian merge the sea map and the fire vein map together. Li Cheng ordered while giving Yang Chen a jade slip. Yang Chen took it and scanned it with a spiritual awareness. It turned out to be a refining method. With this refining method, the two maps should be able to be easily merged together without interfering with each other. The things of the Dragon Clan, even the Dragon Tower, did not have such an inheritance. Li Cheng could actually take it out casually. This could no longer be described as mysterious. If one had to compare the degree of mystery, Yang Chen believed that the elder brother Li Cheng in front of him could throw the Zhao family by 8 streets. Who had ever seen a cultivator with a human immortal cultivation base who could single-handedly cut off the head of a supreme, profound immortal master? Even Yang Chen was barely able to do it with the help of the Earth Dragon, and it was because he knew that Li Cheng was behind him that he dared to do so with confidence. But Li Cheng did it all by himself, and now he took out a certain refining method of the Dragon Clan. Whoever dared to say that Li Cheng was not mysterious was absolutely without eyes and brains. Xiao Tian was called out, and then began to merge the sea map and the fire vein map according to the records on the jade slip. Yang Chen explained the locations recorded on the 9 ancient zither to Li Cheng one by one. Next, there was nothing for Yang Chen, and Yang Chen was directly driven away by Li Cheng. "There's nothing for you to do. You go and enjoy with your chief maid." Li Cheng made a comfortable chair and sat on the edge of the Dragon Tower, supervising Xiao Tian's fusion of the two maps, and at the same time he was thinking about the connection of the 9 locations. Remember to send the delicious food and drinks on time. When Li Cheng spoke, he didn't treat himself as an outsider at all, as if he was the master of the Dragon Palace. Meeting such a big brother, Yang Chen had no choice but to leave resentfully. Anyway, there were a lot of things to do next, and Yang Chen also needed to deal with it carefully. But before getting busy, Yang Chen first called Lady Fanghua and a group of maids together. Each maid had a piece of dwelling spirit jade and let them refine their own life source, primordial spirit. Lady Fanghua got a spirit pill. The girls spent more than a day to leave their own life source, primordial spirit in the Dragon Tower. Everyone understood the preciousness of the dwelling spirit jade, and Yang Chen gave one to each of them without thinking about it. This affection moved the girls to tears, making Yang Chen feel a little embarrassed. There was no need to be so excited about their own people taking a few pieces of yellow spring jade that no one in the mortal world wanted. The cooperation between Yin Yang Demon School and Chunying Palace and Yang Chen could basically be settled without much discussion. It was completely in accordance with the standards of the 5 major sects. In the future, other major sect would come with the same conditions, and no one would be offended. Anyway, Lady Fanghua was doing things for the sect. Yang Chen didn't have to take his own things to please Yin Yang Demon School, as long as Lady Fanghua and the maids were happy. Unfortunately, Lady Fanghua couldn't stay long this time. At most, she would leave after a few days. The gate of Chunying Palace was destroyed. Whether it was revenge or rebuilding the gate, it was not something that Lady Fanghua could directly intervene. The girls reluctantly left Chunying Palace. Yang Chen also began to discuss the location of the new gate of Chunying Palace with the head of the palace. Chapter 1773. For Yang Chen, this problem was not difficult. Linyang River had several spiritual veins of fairy immortal level, and he could build a mountain gate on any one of them. Anyway, Linyang River was the territory of Chunying Palace, and he could do whatever he wanted. The head of the palace and a group of disciples were counting the losses of Chunying Palace. On the ruins of Chunying Palace, from time to time, there would be some indigenous outer disciples rummaging for something. Speaking of it, the real loss was not very big. All the treasures were in the space magic weapon of the elder in charge of management. What was placed outside was nothing more than some decorations. It was just that the mountain gate was destroyed, and it had not yet reached the point where Chunying Palace suffered a serious injury. However, it was not the first time that the mountain gate of Chunying Palace was destroyed. There was once in the mortal world. At that time, there was an old tree demon. The old tree demon sacrificed a clone and saved all the disciples of Chunyang Palace. After the last mountain gate was destroyed, at least the head of the palace knew that the mountain gate of Taishimen was also blown up afterward. This was Yang Chen's revenge. They just didn't know how Yang Chen would deal with it this time. A gentleman's revenge, 10 years is not too late. The head of the palace only said such a sentence to Yang Chen. He was not afraid that Yang Chen would go out to retaliate, but he was still worried about the safety of Yang Chen. Therefore, he did not want Yang Chen to provoke a powerful enemy when he was still weak. This disciple understands. Yang Chen gave the head of the palace a reassuring answer. Looking at the worried eyes of the head of the palace, Yang Chen smiled and added, "It is not us who are angry now, but the 5 major sects." The latter sentence made the head of the palace feel a lot more at ease, and several other elders also began to nod. The 5 major sects had just announced that they were not allowed to make trouble for Chunyang Palace. However, the Zhao family immediately made such a move. If the news spread out, it would be a disgrace for Chunyang Palace. The 5 sects would definitely be extremely angry and find trouble with the Zhao family all over the world. Then, as the center of the storm, Chunyang Palace could use the excuse of rebuilding the mountain gate to avoid being involved in the center of this vortex. However, Yang Chen did not have the thought of letting the Zhao family off so easily. This great enmity of destroying the mountain gate could only be repaid in a more tragic way. If there was a master, it wouldn't be a problem to get back at him. The crux of the matter was that the whereabouts of the Zhao family members were uncertain, and no one knew where they were at all. This imperceptibly increased the difficulty by a lot. If one really wanted to calculate it carefully, the loss of the Zhao family was definitely countless times more than that of Chunyang Palace. Just 3 supreme mystic immortal experts and 2 heavenly immortal experts were enough to make the entire Zhao family burst into tears. How many resources and time would it take to accumulate 3 supreme mystic immortal experts? Compared with the loss of only property and no one in Chunyang Palace died, it was simply like heaven and earth. Yang Chen did not intend to let the Zhao family off easily. He directly ordered several disciples of Chunyang Palace to send the corpses of the Zhao family's 5 earth immortals, 2 heavenly immortals, and 1 supreme mystic immortal expert to the Sunset Rock. He asked Elder Wu Xiong to spread the news and offer a reward of a piece of divine perching jade to track down the origin of these guys. The Zhao family was not a mouse that hid in the ground all year round. Cultivation always required experience in battles, so there were always traces to follow. Therefore, as long as they had appeared and walked outside, they would definitely be able to find clues about them. Following the clues, they might be able to find the Zhao family. Even if they couldn't find the core of the Zhao family, they could probably find 1 or 2 of those peripheral organizations. The reason why they didn't send the corpses of the 3 supreme mystic immortals was that they were afraid of exposing the true strength of Chunyang Palace and making the 5 major sects afraid. If 3 supreme mystic immortals failed to kill more than 100 human immortal disciples of Chunyang Palace, it would seem that Chunyang Palace was too shocking. Anyway, outsiders only knew that someone had attacked Chunyang Palace, but they didn't know the specific number. The 8 corpses handed over were enough to shock countless people, and it was enough to alert many people with bad intentions. There was no need to put themselves in the eye of the storm. The explanation to the outside world was naturally that the fairy-eating insect queen blocked most of the attacks, and then it happened that Lady Fanghua of Yin Yang Demon School arrived with a supreme elder, and they worked together to defeat these experts. In this way, the pressure was shared by Yin Yang Demon School, and Chunyang Palace would not seem so shocking. Of course, this would inevitably make people doubt the relationship between Lady Fanghua and Yang Chen. But compared to killing 3 supreme mystic immortals, it was much easier to explain. Lady Fanghua had cooperated with Yang Chen in the mortal world, and she could use the excuse that she was optimistic about Yang Chen's future. Moreover, Yin Yang Demon School also participated in dividing the wealth of the Zhao family when they were in the mortal world. At this time, they couldn't stay out of it, and cooperation was the only way. Sure enough, as Yang Chen expected, as soon as the corpses of the 8 Zhao family masters were sent to Sunset Rock, it caused an uproar. The terrifying aura that came from the direction of Chunyang Palace a few days ago was not an illusion. There were really supreme mystic immortals who attacked Chunyang Palace. The disciple of Chunyang Palace who was responsible for sending the news and the corpses was very clever. Under his eloquent description, Chunyang Palace became a pitiful place that was bullied by others. All the disciples were injured, and none of them were intact. The mountain guarding formation was broken in the first place. If it weren't for the fairy-eating insect Queen's desperate resistance, the whole sect would have been destroyed. Even so, most of the disciples of Chunyang Palace were captured. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the great elder of Yin Yang Demon School, Lady Fanghua, and a supreme mystic immortal master came, which turned the situation around and successfully rescued the people of Chunyang Palace. For this reason, Yang Chen directly paid the price of dozens of 5 revolutions, questioning inner heart pills, to reward the disciples of Yin Yang Demon School, who came this time. The hatred of the destruction of the Mountain Gate, Chunyang Palace must definitely be avenged, so it was reasonable to offer a sky-high reward for the origin of these attackers. No one thought that Chunyang Palace's move was inappropriate. The Mountain Gate had been destroyed. Couldn't they find out who did it? Chunyang Palace's position ended there, and they didn't say a word more. But everyone was very clear that the time when Chunyang Palace was attacked was just after the 5 major sects announced that they would not harass Chunyang Palace. It might not even be a few days before they were attacked, so suddenly. The weak Chunyang Palace was just a small mountain gate established by a few little guys who had just ascended to the spiritual world for less than 200 years. In addition to using various elixirs, and this time's divine, perching jade to get a place to survive, it had no prestige. Even if the mountain gate was destroyed, it was not Chunyang Palace that lost face. They even killed a supreme mystic immortal master, didn't they? The real disgrace was the 5 major sects. Those attackers simply slapped the faces of the 5 major sects back and forth, and they were too ashamed to face others. Chapter 1774. It was a great humiliation. Just as the words were released, someone immediately did such a thing. It could be said that the guys who did it treated the words of the 5 major sects as farts. Just because you said not to move, Chunyang Palace should not move? Who do you think you are? This operation had completely and utterly revealed this intention. The faces of the 5 major sects were directly stripped to the point that nothing was left. Their whole faces were trampled into the mud and ruthlessly ravaged. If this could be tolerated, what could not? How many days had it been since the representatives of the 5 major sects left Chunyang Palace? They had just walked to the Sunset Rock, and things had already happened there. Yang Chen's wives and concubines left earlier than the disciples of Chunyang Palace, and they had iron-winged eagles to fly, so their speed was much faster. When the representatives of the sect had just left the Sunset Rock and had not yet returned to their respective sheeping mountain branch, they had already caught up with the representatives of their respective sect. The words of the women were the same as those of Chunyang Palace, and they consciously concealed it from the 2 grand supreme mystic immortals. In fact, even they themselves felt that it was incredible. When they thought that a grand supreme mystic immortal expert had died under the joint attack of their husband and themselves, they felt as if they were stepping on clouds. It was so light that it was extremely unreal. It could be imagined how furious the representatives of the 5 major sects were when they heard the news of the women. After the women were left behind to carefully inquire about the situation at that time, an urgent warning was sent directly from the sheeping mountain branch to their respective sect. Subsequently, the higher-ups of the 5 major sects were all in an uproar. It had been tens of thousands of years since anyone dared to declare war on the 5 major sects at the same time. Even if Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace had killed Chiman's sect not long ago, it was only a matter of a disciple of the Shantian sect. It was still a far cry from declaring war on the Shantian sect. But now, the Zhao family was simply shitting on the heads of the 5 major sects. Fight. There was no second word. It was only a fight to the death. In any case, they had already formed a deadly enmity in the mortal world. Yet they still didn't give him any face in the spiritual realm. They absolutely wouldn't rest until they killed each other. Although Chunyang Palace announced the identity of those masters, it seemed that they didn't know. However, it was a different story from what the women said. Apart from the fact that the 3 supreme experts had become one, he basically didn't hide anything else. He didn't even hide the fact that the supreme experts had brought 2 zither to ask Yang Qin about his secrets. Of course, the biggest secret of the zither was the dragon beard zither string and the dragon bone string pillar. As for the matter of sealing experts, none of the girls mentioned it. However, this was enough to let all the major sect know who their opponent was. Although the 5 great sect seemed to be peaceful and focused on expanding the Shiping Mountain branch, they had secretly done a lot of investigations on the Zhao family. They didn't dare to say that they had completely caught the traces of the Zhao family, but it was an indisputable fact that each sect had found several peripheral organizations of the Zhao family. Originally, Chunyang Palace also used the god Perching Jade as a reward for these people's sect. As a result, less than 2 days after the reward was released, under the persuasion of the people of the 5 great sect in turn, the huge reward was withdrawn. What a joke! They had slapped the faces of the 5 great sect in this way, and they still needed Chunyang Palace to pay for the lives of their opponents. What did they want to do with the 5 great sect? To everyone's surprise, although the people of the 5 great sect were furious, they didn't take action for a long time, which puzzled those who were waiting to see how the 5 great sect would get back at them. What was going on? Their opponents had taken advantage of them, and the 5 great sect had actually become cowards? No one knew what arrangements the people of the 5 great sect had made, but shortly after Lady Fanghua rushed back to the sect to report, Yin Yang Demon School received an olive branch from the 5 great sect for cooperation. Similarly, the other Demon Gate sect and even the Monster Clan sect did the same. Everyone's goal was the same, which was the well-hidden Zhao family. Xiantian sect took the lead and invited representatives of all the sect to secretly discuss certain matters. The people attending the meeting were asked to swear by the heart demon that they could not disclose the contents of the meeting to anyone except the core leaders of their respective sect. The contents of the meeting were very shocking. During the meeting, Xiantian sect presented the facts and reasoning, and even brought out Yanglan. A series of evidence and arguments were completely in accordance with what Yang Qin had said in order to win the trust of the Xiantian sect's higher-ups. They attributed the destruction of the mortal Taishimen to the Zhao family's conspiracy. There were many suspicious points that could be found after careful consideration. This time, Xiantian sect could be considered to have accumulated a lot of information. They took out the results of their previous investigations and announced very generously that even if the destruction of the mortal Taishimen had something to do with all the sects present, Xiantian sect would let bygones be bygones. Everyone would get along as they had in the past. The real culprit behind the scenes was the Zhao family, which was everyone's biggest problem. If it was not necessary, no one was willing to fight to the death with Xiantian sect. Even the other sect, which had almost reached the same height as Xiantian sect, had the same thought. The evidence that Xiantian sect presented was simply shocking. 80% of people believed that Xiantian sect would never speak carelessly. No one expected that Xiantian sect, which had been silent for so many years, would investigate these matters so clearly. However, these things could be investigated. The experts who had participated in the destruction of the Taishimen had all ascended. As long as they verified each other, it was very clear whether what Xiantian sect said was true or false. In this regard, there was really no need for the dignified Xiantian sect to lie. Since this was the case, then Xiantian sect's words became credible. As a result, the hidden Zhao family suddenly became a big problem for everyone. Think about it. even the mortal world's greatest heaven sect was designed to be destroyed, wasn't this a terrible thing? If one day their own sect didn't investigate, they might repeat the same mistake. On one hand, Xiantian's sect had presented enough evidence. On the other hand, Xiantian's sect also intended to improve their relationship with the other sect. Not to mention that in the mortal world, everyone in the sect present was involved in the matter against the Zhao family, so it was impossible for them to escape. Soon, everyone was united against a common enemy. The Zhao family was now a big problem, not to mention anything else. Just the fact that they could casually send out a supreme, mystic immortal and 2 heaven immortal experts was enough to make people fear them. Working together to deal with the Zhao family had become an opportunity for everyone to tacitly cooperate. What followed was a few months of peace and tranquility. It seemed calm, but under this calm, countless storms were hidden. The more time passed, the more people knew that it would definitely be earth-shattering. Chapter 1775. Chunyang Palace was not in a hurry, and Yang Qin was not in a hurry either. During this time, Yang Qin leisurely chose a place in Linyang River with a mountain and a river as the location of the new mountain gate of Chunyang Palace, and prepared to rebuild the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace here. Yang Qin's wives and concubines, after reporting to the sect, all rushed back. At this time, they must return to Yang Qin's side and advance and retreat with Yang Qin. Of course, everyone had a share of the spirit pills, and all their life source primordial spirits were left in the Dragon Tower. On the contrary, Yang Qin sent Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue, Tao Junki, and Shi Wushuang out. Naturally, the place where they went was the place where the 4 masters were sealed, and the method of unlocking the seal was also told to the 4 women, so that they could unlock the seal as soon as possible. Only the 5 Murong sisters were left by Yang Chen's side. In this regard, Yang Chen was a little guilty, and he also explained the situation to the Murong sisters, waiting for compensation in the future. On the contrary, the Murong sisters did not care so much, and instead comforted their husband not to worry about it. The reconstruction of Chunyang Palace was naturally managed by the head of the palace and several elders, and there were disciples of Chunyang Palace running errands, so Yang Qin did not have to worry much. What Yang Qin had to do was to draw out the spiritual vein after the completion. So during this time, Yang Qin was idle, and he cultivated with the 5 women in the Dragon Palace every day. Just when everyone wondered why the 5 major sects and Chunyang Palace were so calm, the sudden change made everyone stunned. Dao sect, Demon sect, Monster clan, and several major sect of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, all the sect that participated in the Zhao family's feast in the mortal world, all participated. Almost at the same time, they launched a devastating attack on hundreds of sect and families in the spiritual world. The operation was so sudden that no information was leaked. Only when all the results were out did the news slowly spread. Overnight, hundreds of sect of various sizes in the spirit realm were uprooted, and hundreds of clans were completely eradicated. Not a single person was left. More than 1,000 organizations were affected, and tens of thousands of cultivators were affected. The distribution of these organizations almost covered the entire spiritual realm. The territories of Dao sects, Devil sects, and Demon clan were all affected. Even the Sunset Rock belonging to Chunyang Palace was no exception. At least 3 merchants were affected. Every major sect had mobilized more than 100,000 experts to launch a surprise attack at the same time. They had all understood their targets beforehand, so it could be said that they were exceptionally well prepared. However, it was obvious that his opponents were not to be trifled with. In fact, many of them were already prepared. When the surprise attack took place, at least half of the opponents put up a fierce resistance, and about 40% of the forces showed their hidden trump cards. Instantly, various magic treasures flew about in the sky, and various types of attacks blotted out the sky. The auras of powerful cultivators filled every corner of the spirit plane, striking fear into the hearts of others. The auras that erupted out caused some low-level cultivators, who were thousands of li away, to tremble. Everyone understood that the 5 major sects had finally made their move. Sure enough, they were the 5 major sects. When they took action, it was earth-shattering and bloody. As soon as they took action, Yang Qin immediately noticed the movement in Chunying Palace. The Murong sisters accompanied Yang Qin and looked at the soaring aura in the distance. No one spoke. Even brother Li Chang was attracted by those movements and looked in that direction aimlessly. In fact, the new mountain gate of Chunying Palace was still calm. No matter how good one's eyesight was, it was impossible to see thousands of miles away, and it was impossible for one's divine sense to explore beyond that distance. Everyone was just surprised by the movements in those directions, but they didn't really want to see anything. The fierce battle between all sides lasted for 2 months, almost without interruption. The price paid for this was beyond the imagination of an ordinary sect. People knew that the 5 major sects would definitely retaliate, but they didn't expect the scale of the retaliation to be so large. Countless unrelated cultivators watched in horror as the various large sects flipped out. No one dared to say a single word, afraid that they would be implicated and become one of the targets of the various large sections. People who understood could see that this was not only the 5 major sects' revenge, but also the sects' power. Even if they had to pay a heavy price for this, they had to let all the cultivators in the spiritual realm know that the words of the 5 major sects must not be underestimated, let alone ignored. The war lasted for 2 months and finally came to an end after the last Grand Master who resisted was beheaded. In this war that affected the entire spirit plane, over 60 to 70,000 cultivators were killed off by the various great sections. The number of cultivators who were accidentally implicated far exceeded that number. In fact, there were also a high number of innocent cultivators. Due to the fact that they were caught up in the war and incapable of escaping, those who were smart enough to help the various great sects kill off their enemies. As for those who were not smart enough, they were treated as enemies and unfortunately ended up as sacrificial lambs. In short, after this battle, more than 100,000 cultivators were killed by the sect in the spiritual realm. Hundreds of sects had been removed from the spiritual realm, and over 100 clans had been wiped out. Only the major sects were still standing, and they had used this battle to establish their awe-inspiring might. The sect's seemingly benevolent appearance, or the facade of only being domineering in their own territories, made many people forget what they were. They really thought that the sect could rise to the top by relying on its large number of people. They completely forgot that behind every sect was an Asura who stood up from a sea of blood. The ordinary cultivators were scared out of their wits by the sect's massacre this time. When they heard the sect's name, they couldn't help but tremble, afraid that they would accidentally offend the sect and be consigned to eternal damnation. This time they were really scared. Even when they saw the cultivators of the sect, the way they looked at them was different from the past. There was a kind of admiration in their eyes. The purpose of the major sects to establish their prestige was completely implemented. Before the attack on the Pyongyang Palace, which caused the 5 major sects to lose face, no one talked about it anymore. Everyone looked at the people of the major sects in awe, and did not dare to have the slightest neglect, not to mention secretly ridiculing the 5 major sects for not living up to their name. What a big move! After receiving the news from the Wanbao Tower, Li Cheng also sighed. Then he returned to the front of the Dragon Tower and continued to study the connection of his sealed place. After making a comprehensive assessment of the sect's actions, Yang Qin couldn't help but admire them. The sect was indeed a big sect. It really had a deep foundation. A few more people and a few more masters could not make a super sect. Chapter 1776. While all parties were in awe of the Taoist, devil, and monster sects, the sect was also counting the gains and losses of their own sect. As long as there was a war, there would be spoils of war, even in the world of cultivators. After destroying so many sects and beheading so many practitioners, the sect's harvest was also very rich. The wealth of some small sect was far beyond the expectations of the major sects. Many small sects quietly relied on one or a few resources to make a fortune. Before this, the major sect would never have thought that the small sect, which they usually looked down on, would be so surprising. There were several sects that were not even less surprised than the Pyongyang Palace. In any case, the wealth of Chunyang Palace was on the surface. Elixirs inhabiting spirit jades, territories, and so on. Outsiders knew that Chunyang Palace was rich, but that was all. Masters, magic treasures, cultivation methods, and so on, Chunyang Palace was still far from them. However, a remote sect that no one had paid attention to before actually had the wealth and foundation of a first-rate sect that was not inferior to it. This was something that no one could not help but be surprised. Many of them only discovered this after the fact. While they were happy to get a lot of spoils of war, the major sect also had a lot of worries. How did these sects develop under their noses? It was simply a joke. If it weren't for the masters of the Zhao family taking action this time, which allowed them to face this family hidden in the dark, they would not have had the chance to find out the involvement of these small sects, and they would not have found out that they had hidden so deeply. As for the Zhao family, the deepest hidden behind-the-scenes manipulator, this time the major sect basically did not find the culprit. Perhaps, as Yang Chen's wives and concubines said, the location of the Zhao family was constantly moving. Maybe it was in a magic treasure of an immortal's cave, or maybe it was on the back of a big guy like in the mortal world. No one knew. However, this also made the major sect more afraid. For such a well-hidden family, they had already found hundreds of external forces. Furthermore, they had only found clues from the few people who had taken action. It was believed that this was not all of the Zhao family's forces. At least 90% of them were still hidden in the dark, staring at the big sect like a tiger watching its prey, waiting for the opportunity to counterattack. In this war, while the major sect had gained a lot, they had also lost a lot. After a simple calculation, the number of experts from each sect who died in this war was as high as several thousand. Although this number was not unacceptable compared to the number of enemies killed. It should be known that there were dozens of supreme mystic immortals and hundreds of heavenly immortals among these thousands of people. Just this alone was enough to make the major sects' hearts ache. The 5 major sects were very glad that they had chosen the right way. Instead of rashly launching a war directly, they first endured and then united several major sects of the Dark Sect, the Demon Clan, and the Rogue Cultivators Alliance. Otherwise, if the 5 major sects attacked directly, the losses would definitely be more than this. Even so, on average, each sect had lost 2 to 3 supreme mystic immortals and more than 10 heavenly immortals. This was under the preemptive situation. The other party did not launch a counterattack immediately after the incident at the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. If the Zhao family had taken the initiative to attack, the major sect could not imagine what the result would be. Although the disciples of the major sect were now in the limelight, the senior management of each sect was so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. This kind of strength was only from the external forces. How terrifying should the real Zhao family be? How did this mysterious Zhao family develop under the nose of the major sect? Why hadn't there been any news about it before? While the senior management of the major sect was commenting on the gains and losses with cold sweat, in a mysterious place, someone from the Zhao family was also furious. "What have you done?" A person in charge shouted angrily at the 2 young men kneeling on the ground. "Who asked you to provoke the 5 major sect? Who asked you to touch Chunyang Palace? Damn it!" As he spoke, he seemed to feel that he had not vented his anger enough. He stepped forward and kicked the 2 guys a few times. The 2 kneeling guys' heads had completely touched the ground. They knelt there motionlessly and didn't dare to dodge at all. Even if the person in charge kicked them, they didn't dare to cry out in pain. They didn't even use their spiritual power to protect themselves. They just maintained their kneeling position and didn't make a sound. The person in charge was still angry even after kicking him for a while. He walked to the side and sat down. He gulped down a few mouthfuls of tea. Only then did his agitated mood calm down a little. However, when he glanced at the two guys who were kneeling on the ground, he could not help but feel angry. Our ancestors have been operating for no less than 10,000 years, and we only have such a little bit of accumulated power. All of it has been ruined by your stupid decision. As the person in charge spoke, he stretched out his hand and slammed the table next to him, directly smashing a fine 10,000-year-old agarwood table into pieces. According to the family rules, it is not too much to kill you. The two guys who were kneeling on the ground were already trembling uncontrollably. Because of their recklessness, the sect had lost almost 1/3 of its peripheral forces. Even if they were the direct descendants of the Zhao family, in the face of such a loss, they could not say anything if they were killed. My death is not to be regretted, but I don't understand. Even if I have provoked the 5 major Dao sect, I have not provoked the demon sect or the monster clan. Why did those guys also join in the crusade against my family this time? The young man who was kneeling on the ground finally said with a trembling voice, "Logically speaking, at most, Yin-Yang Demon School is involved. I really don't understand the actions of the other sect. This matter needs to be investigated carefully." The young man's doubts were also the doubts of the person in charge. He also could not understand why all the major sect were targeting the Zhao family this time. He would have to investigate more in the future. However, the person in front of him was his most beloved grandson. Even if he had done something wrong, he really did not have the heart to kill him to uphold the family rules. There is news that it seems to be the Black Heaven sect. As for the specific reason, we will have to wait for more information. However, it is definitely related to the Black Heaven sect. If Yang Qin knew that the Black Heaven sect was placed on the main opposing side of the Zhao family so easily this time, who knew how happy he would be? Who knew that the reason Yang Qin wanted to sneak into the Black Heaven sect would become the reason why all the major sect would collectively target the Zhao family. Now, Yang Qin did not care about the follow-up because Big Brother Li Cheng seemed to have researched something. Chapter 1777. When Yang Qin saw the map of the huge square of the Dragon Palace, it had become completely different from before. Before, the 2 dragon palaces had 2 squares. One was the water vein map, the other was the fire vein map, each of which only cared about its own attribute. Now, the 2 squares have been merged into 1 square. The area has been doubled, but the 2 maps have also been merged into 1 map. The map after the merger of these 2 maps has almost included the entire spiritual world that Yang Qin knows, forming a very clear outline of the map. And there has been a very obvious change. The 2 maps are no longer a spiritual vein map, but a topographic map, and it is a complete topographic map of the spiritual world. The mountains and rivers of various places are clearly displayed on it. Of course, the most basic spiritual vein is still clearly marked. If this is the case, it is not enough to surprise Yang Qin. What shocked Yang Qin was that some spiritual veins that Yang Qin had never found or heard of were clearly shown on it. Obviously, this was not the credit of Yang Qin or Xiao Tian, but the work of Big Brother Li Cheng. Not to mention anything else, this alone is enough to save Yang Qin hundreds of years of exploring the spiritual world, and it will bring almost infinite spiritual power. It must be known that the original sea map or the fire vein map could directly extract the spiritual power of the spiritual veins of various places. Marking the spiritual vein was only the basic function of the original spiritual vein map. Now, the topographic map of the spiritual vein is the credit of Big Brother Li Cheng. Basically, Yang Qin doesn't have to go out to explore. As long as he confirms these topographic maps according to the impression in his memory, he can get detailed information about various places. The 9 locations that Yang Qin got from the ancient zither are now marked very clearly on this huge topographic map of the spiritual world, including the Gourd Valley where the old insect was found, the demon domain of the old sea, and the desert of the earth dragon. In addition, the remaining 6 locations are all Yang Qin has not been to and are also marked on it. Above the topographic map, there is a suspended, translucent plane. The 9 locations below and the attributes of the nearby spirit veins were also marked with different colors. Then, countless lines were connected on this surface. Looking at this scene, even if Yangqin used his toes to think, he would know that this was an extremely complicated array diagram. Even with Yang Chen's knowledge of array formations, he felt a little dizzy when he first saw this complicated array diagram. One must know that this was not as simple as setting up a small formation in a small area. The largest array formation that Yang Chen had encountered in his previous life was only the Heavenly Court's Guardian Array. It had a radius of tens of thousands of miles, and that was already the limit. However, the distance between the 2 closest points among the 9 points in this formation was already more than several million kilometers. The 9 dots were scattered in 9 different directions, covering an area with a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. This was truly using the world as the formation plate to set up the formation, not to mention the other effects of the formation. Just the area covered by the formation was enough to show disdain for all heroes. Many experts who were known as array formations would directly die of shame in front of this formation. Even Yang Qin himself was stunned, and Yang Qin did not even dare to imagine how his wife, Gong Sunling, would react when she saw this formation. Of course, everything could only mean a few facts. Firstly, Li Cheng was far more familiar with the spiritual realm than Yang Qin was, as the complete topographic map of the spiritual realm in front of him was proof. Secondly, Li Cheng's research on array formations was definitely much deeper than Yang Chen's, as the formation that even Yang Chen could not understand was proof. Thirdly, Li Cheng's understanding of the spirit veins in the spiritual realm was far more than what Yang Chen knew in his previous life. The number of spirit veins on the topographic map was proof that there were almost 10 times more. Yang Chen would not have any thoughts of jealousy towards Li Cheng, and of course, he would not have any thoughts of shame. Cultivation was about fate, and it was already extremely heaven-defying for Yang Chen to have the memories of his previous life. Therefore, it would not make Yang Chen sad that Li Cheng had more heaven-defying experiences than him. Now that Yang Chen and Li Cheng were sworn brothers, the stronger Li Cheng was, the happier Yang Chen would be. Look at this formation. Do you have any impression of it? Li Cheng stood on the edge of the huge square and stared at the suspended, translucent formation map. He did not even turn his head when Yang Chen came over, and instead asked directly, "How is that possible?" Yang Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. The formation map was still messy to Yang Chen, and he could not even sort out the veins. How could he have any impression of it? Then let's start with the simplest one. Li Cheng was not surprised. Yang Chen would not pretend to understand in front of him, let alone pretend not to understand. However, the actual effect of this formation was so incredible that Li Cheng had to find someone to confirm his judgment, and the most suitable candidate was, of course, Yang Chen. Li Cheng waved his hand, and the lines on the translucent formation map disappeared, leaving only the most basic 9 locations. These are the 9 locations where the supreme powerhouses are sealed. Li Cheng's words were pure nonsense, and Yang Chen knew it without saying. However, Yang Chen did not say anything. He just stared at the translucent formation map and waited for Li Cheng's next move. Li Cheng seemed to wave his hand casually, and the 9 locations showed different colors. Li Cheng pointed at 3 of them and said, "These are the yin and yang attributes of Elder Chong, Elder Hai, and Earth Dragon." Then Li Cheng pointed at the remaining 6 and said, "I'm not sure about these 6, but it won't affect the analysis for the time being. We can confirm it at the end." The spirit meridians around each location, the terrain, and the 5 elements of yin and yang. As Li Cheng spoke, many bright spots appeared on the translucent formation map. It's based on the mutual promotion and restraint of yin and yang in various places. After Li Cheng said that there were a lot of connections on the formation map, the greatest possibility of the 5 elements of yin and yang in the remaining 6 experts, Li Cheng introduced and hundreds of different colors appeared on the formation map. After those things appeared, Li Cheng did not say anything else. He turned to look at Yang Chen and asked, "What have you seen so far?" "The 5 elements of yin and yang, but one is missing." Yang Chen stared at the formation map for a long time, then looked at the yin and yang attributes of the 6 experts that Li Cheng had analyzed and gave his judgment. "That's right. One of the 5 elements of yin and yang is missing. In your opinion, what is the missing one?" Li Cheng did not look like he had everything under control at all. Instead, he asked in a questioning tone, "Besides, what is the most likely location?" Chapter 1778. If Li Cheng were to discuss the problem of the array with Yang Chen, to be honest, Yang Chen was really not sure that he could talk. However, if it was the great yin-yang 5 elements, perhaps Li Cheng would not necessarily have Yang Chen's knowledge. He didn't dare to say anything else. But Yang Chen had both yin and yang 5 elements. The great yin-yang 5 elements secret art that he cultivated was all the original cultivation method. Even if he didn't follow the 5 elements theory, Yang Chen could simulate a most suitable yin-yang 5 elements array just by relying on the yin-yang 5 elements secret art in his body. In fact, this was what Li Cheng wanted to rely on Yang Chen. Although Li Cheng had inferred the possible yin-yang 5 elements attributes of the 6 sealed masters, there were hundreds of permutations, and he needed Yang Chen to help him determine one of them. Big brother Li Cheng's business was his own business. There was no need to say anything. Yang Chen waited for Li Cheng to finish asking and immediately released his spiritual power. First, according to the first arrangement selected by Li Cheng, he gathered his spiritual power at 9 points and began to operate. With 1 less spiritual power, Yang Chen could only choose where to put the remaining spiritual power. However, even if Yang Chen had put the last spiritual power in all places on the array diagram, the spiritual power of the entire system was still a bit sluggish. Obviously, this was not the best arrangement. Li Cheng was very happy to cross off one possibility and then waited for Yang Chen to experiment with the second arrangement. Yang Chen and Li Cheng cooperated very well. If it was in the ordinary way, Li Cheng wanted to completely confirm hundreds of permutations, and the brain power consumed would definitely make ordinary people die of excessive fatigue. Now that there was Yang Chen, a humanoid spiritual power testing machine, there was no need for Li Cheng to rack his brain. In fact, if he wanted to know the correct result, he only needed to wait for a few decades after Yang Chen's wives and concubines unsealed those masters. There was no need to waste his brain power like now. But obviously, Li Cheng didn't want to wait that long. Yang Chen wouldn't look into the reasons behind this. Anyway, Yang Chen would definitely support what Li Cheng wanted to do. Moreover, he didn't need to go through fire and water. He just needed to simulate the operation of spiritual power here. It was very simple. Yang Chen's standard of judgment was whether the spiritual power could operate normally according to the relationship between yin and yang and the 5 elements. According to the standard, in less than half a month, Yang Chen basically determined that there were 10 arrangements that could allow the spiritual power to operate normally. The next step was to estimate which type of spiritual power was left among these 10 combinations, and where was the most suitable position to place it. Choosing one of the 10 seemed to be a lot simpler, but Yang Chen and Li Cheng were a lot more cautious. Even for every possibility, Yang Chen had to experiment many times, and Li Cheng's thinking time was getting longer and longer. The last type of spiritual power was distributed outside the scope of the 9 points and was abandoned by Yang Chen and Li Cheng. There were still 3 possibilities left. The first possibility was that the 10 kinds of spiritual power formed a ring structure. Of course, it was just a structure formed by the spiritual power end to end, and it was not a real ring shape. The distribution of the 9 locations was not on a circle. The second possibility was that 2 ring structures were nested with each other. The positive and negative 5 elements each formed a ring, and the flow of spiritual power was also very smooth. The last one was more peculiar than the first 2. In the center of the 9 locations, there was a point that could form a smooth flow structure of spiritual power. However, this shape was very incompatible with the first 2, but it was the most likely one from the shape alone. The last location of the spiritual power from the topographic map below was a hidden valley. For the time being, there was nothing unusual about the difference. He had analyzed all the possibilities of the 10 combinations before. The remaining 3 combinations were analyzed one by one in Li Cheng's mind. After analyzing for a while, Li Cheng frowned and asked Yang Chen, "In your opinion, which one is the most likely?" While Li Cheng was analyzing, Yang Chen was not idle either. He was also analyzing the pros and cons. However, Yang Chen had an advantage that Li Cheng couldn't match. He had the memory of his previous life, so it was easy to determine the most suspicious place. "The last one," Yang Chen replied almost without thinking. "Why?" Li Cheng was very calm. With a wave of his hand, the array map became the possibility that Yang Chen said. He stared carefully at the points on it and asked, "Big brother, you are really kidding?" Yang Chen smiled and pointed to the last point and asked, "Don't tell me you didn't find out what this place is?" A smile also appeared on Li Cheng's face. In fact, before this, he had already determined his judgment. Asking Yang Chen was just to add insurance to his judgment. The trial place of the major sect. Yang Chen added his own words. The place where the Tao, demon, and demon territories meet. There is a huge array to protect and block it. Is there anything more suspicious than this place? Don't you think it looks like a place? Li Cheng laughed and took a long breath. Even Yang Chen could feel that some kind of pressure on Li Cheng's body seemed to be swept away, and he was unspeakably carefree. Looks like a place? Yang Chen stared at the place for a long time and didn't see anything. But if Big Brother Li Cheng gave such a hint, there must be something strange in it. The formation that seals off the trial grounds, as well as the demonic beasts within the trial grounds. The smile on Li Cheng's face became more and more, and the content of the hint increased. Can it remind you of something? Demon continent. How could Yang Chen not understand such an obvious hint? But he couldn't believe what he heard at all. Although he said the name of the demon continent, there were more and more questions in his heart. In his previous life, Yang Chen had never entered the trial place. Everything was told by the cultivators of the immortal world. So he didn't know the real situation in the trial place. Li Cheng said that the trial place was very similar to the demon continent. Yang Chen believed that Li Cheng would not lie to him. Could it be that there was also demonic energy in the trial place? There is no demonic energy. It is exactly the same as the other monsters in the spiritual world. But I don't know where the source of the monsters is. Li Cheng saw Yang Chen's doubts and explained directly. Think about it, the demon continent was arranged by the Zhao family in the trial place. Although he didn't know the history of the trial place, now that it was connected with the 9 sealed masters, then the trial place was naturally connected with the Zhao family. Yang Chen now knew why Li Cheng was so sure, not to mention anything else. Just being able to connect it with the Zhao family was enough for Li Cheng to make a decision. Chapter 1779. What is the use of this formation? Yang Chen was now more and more curious about this formation. What did the people of the Zhao family want to do? It was actually related to the trial ground. There were many things that needed to be dug out. If it's really this arrangement, it seems that it should be a formation that uses the cultivation of 9 masters to erode the trial ground for many years, and then opens a space node. Li Cheng's face was very serious. This discovery was not unexpected to Li Cheng, but the content contained in it shocked Li Cheng a little. Yang Chen was equally shocked. Not to mention anything else, just this formation alone had existed for tens of thousands of years. The Zhao family had been planning this for so long. If the arrangement of the demon continent in the mortal world was counted, what the Zhao family wanted to do was really puzzling. With the strength of the Zhao family, they could even easily reach the level of a super sect. Even if their strength was not as good as the Xiantian sect, it was not much worse. However, such a terrifying and powerful family could actually endure for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years without revealing the slightest clue. This could only be summed up in one word: the plan was very big. There was such a secret in the trial ground. As a result, Yang Qin originally just wanted to enter the trial ground to gain experience. Now, even if it was not for the experience, Yang Qin had to go in and see it. I have a feeling that if you unlock all the 9 master seals, it will definitely affect the operation of this formation. Li Cheng waved his hand and put away the formation diagram. He turned to Yang Qin and smiled. Maybe you accidentally destroyed the arrangement of the Zhao family's ancestors and let their hundreds of thousands of years of waiting go to waste. Isn't that just right? Yang Qin also laughed. This was really a feeling of inadvertently planting a willow tree. Originally, Yang Qin only remembered that his friend had rescued a supreme master and wanted to find a helper, but now he accidentally destroyed the Zhao family's painstaking efforts. He didn't know how the Zhao family would vomit blood if they knew. Knowing some of the things arranged by the Zhao family, Li Cheng seemed to have become impatient and was about to leave immediately. Yang Qin knew his sworn brother's temperament, so he didn't force him to stay. He only reminded him to visit when he was free. When Yu comes back, you'd better marry Fairy Qingyin as soon as possible. It's good for both you and Chunyang Palace. Li Cheng was not so pretentious and left immediately. But before he left, he still reminded Yang Qin. This was the second time Li Cheng reminded Yang Qin since they met. Yang Qin nodded his head attentively and watched Li Cheng leave. The Murong sisters were at the side. When they heard Li Cheng say that he wanted Yang Qin to marry another woman, their hearts seemed to ache a little. But everyone knew Big Brother Li Cheng's position in Yang Qin's heart, so no one dared to say anything. The trial grounds had now become the first place that Yang Qin wanted to explore. However, before that, Yang Qin still had to do a few things. One was to wait for the female generals to unseal the 6 experts. Since he had accidentally destroyed the arrangement of the Zhao family, he had to wait until the results came out. Firstly, he wanted to see if the yin and yang attributes of the 6 experts were consistent with Big Brother Li Cheng's guess. Secondly, with a few more supreme mystic immortals around him, even if he went to the trial grounds, he would have enough security. Yang Qin never felt that he was invincible in the world, so Yang Qin had always been very concerned about his safety. This time, whether it was from killing the 3 supreme mystic immortals of the Zhao family or from the revenge of the major sect that caused heavy losses to the Zhao family would definitely blame this on Yang Qin and Chunyang Palace. The trial grounds was a lawless place. Yang Qin did not rule out that the Zhao family would arrange experts to go in and kill Yang Qin's family. As for whether the Zhao family could enter the trial grounds under the control of the major sect, Yang Qin had never doubted this. Since this trial ground was made by the Zhao family, it would be strange if they did not have the ability to enter and exit at will. The second thing was what Li Cheng had told him, which was to marry the gentle sound fairy Zhou Xianying. However, Yang Qin must wait for Gao Yu and the others to come back before doing it. As for how to do it, it depended on Gao Yu's opinion. The third thing was to rebuild the Chunyang Palace. Although Yang Qin did not need to do the work now, it was almost time to draw out the immortal spiritual veins to appease the hearts of the palace master, the elders, and a group of disciples of Chunyang Palace. The last thing was the best to do. Yang Qin was now at the site of the new mountain gate of Chunyang Palace, and the mountain protection array of the new mountain gate had been completed. It needed the spiritual vein as a source of spiritual power. After greeting the master of the palace and several elders, Yang Qin began to arrange it. Many things had been prepared a long time ago, and now he just took them out of the Qinkuan bag. In front of the palace master, several elders, and the Murong sisters, Yang Qin arranged a strange array. "What is this array?" Murong Yen asked curiously. The 5 sisters were also considered to be array cultivators, but they had never seen such a strange array. It's just a small array to print the underground spiritual vein. Yang Chen explained his hands did not stop, and after a while, the arrangement was completed. After reminding everyone to retreat, Yang Chen made a few signs in his hands, and all of them fell into the array. After a while, the array began to flicker. The ground covered by the array seemed to be in these flickers, and began to slowly become transparent, slowly disappearing. A trace of spiritual power slowly seeped out from the bottom of the array, and it was obviously much stronger than the surrounding environment. Everyone began to look forward to it. As time went by, more and more spiritual power appeared under the array, as if the array itself was a powerful vacuum cleaner, attracting the spiritual power from below a little bit. More and more spiritual power gathered, and finally broke through all the soil cover under the array, and even the array itself could not bear it. In front of the spiritual power that constantly gushed out from below, it collapsed. A powerful and shocking spiritual power soared into the sky and directly rushed into the mountain guarding grand array. The mountain guarding array was stimulated by this spiritual power, and with a flash of light, the entire array was launched. In the sky, a translucent barrier flashed, and then disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Seeing this scene, the head of the palace and several elders were all smiling. The spiritual power just now was many times stronger than the original spiritual vein of the old mountain gate. It was definitely a heaven immortal level spiritual vein. Now, several elders were not the country bumpkins of the past, and they could still see the quality and grade of the spiritual vein at a glance. The mountain guarding array had been launched, and with this heaven immortal level spiritual vein as a spiritual power source, even if there was a supreme master, it would not be able to break in a short time. Chapter 1780. Sometimes the strength of the mountain guarding formation was related to the spiritual power that could be used. The previous spiritual vein was just an earth immortal spiritual vein, which was not enough for a grand, supreme, mystic immortal expert. Although this new spiritual vein had just been opened, it was already at the level of a peak celestial immortal. In time, it would not be a problem for it to surpass the celestial immortal level. At that time, wouldn't the Chunying Palace be as safe as Mount Tai? Yang Chen had long known about this situation. The reason why he chose Linyang River as the location of the sect was because it was the temporary mountain gate of several super sects in the future, and the spiritual vein was unbelievably strong. In the past, Chunying Palace did not have the power to protect itself, so it could only use the earth immortal spiritual vein to make up for it. Now, after the battle with the major sect, there were almost no people who dared to attack Chunying Palace. Naturally, they had to use the best spiritual vein. Of course, sometimes it was necessary to hide one's strength. Therefore, before there were so many experts to absorb the spiritual power, all the spiritual power was temporarily channeled into the mountain guarding formation. Anyway, as long as one cultivated in the sect, there would always be enough spiritual power, even for a celestial immortal expert. The celestial immortal disciples who guarded the Wanbao Tower were the killers that Elder Li gave to Yang Chen. It was about time for them to be transferred back to the sect. In the past, because there was only one earth immortal spiritual vein, it was not enough to meet their cultivation requirements. Moreover, when the Wanbao Tower was newly established, they still needed to guard it. Now that the Wanbao Tower had completely gained a foothold in the spiritual realm, and the sect also had a celestial spiritual vein, it was time to bring them back to the sect. He believed that with this group of celestial and earth immortal super killers, Elderbug and the mountain guarding formation outside, if there were any experts who wanted to touch Chunying Palace, it would not be possible for 3 or 4 grand supreme mystic immortals to take them down. If either Yang Chen or Gao Yugong Sunling had been in Chunying Palace at that time, it could only be said that the opponent was a tragedy. Of course, the current mountain gate of Chunying Palace was not foolproof. If the Zhao family really intended to go all out and launch more than a dozen Taishang experts to besiege it, the new mountain gate would still be broken. The safest way was to adopt the method similar to that of the Zhao family, or it could be said that it was the method of Chunying Palace in the mortal world. They would find a suitable cave, refine it, and make it the new mountain gate of Chunying Palace. This was not a simple matter, not to mention the mortal world. Even in the spiritual world, it seemed that the only family that Yang Qin knew of that had a grotto heaven was the Zhao family. Suitable for the mountain gates, grotto heaven level immortal's cave. Yang Qin also knows one in the mortal world, that is the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's cave that has already been obtained. Even Fatty Jing's conch underwater mansion was only the residence of Fatty Jing alone. At most, there were dozens of people. It was still far from being the mountain gate of the Yang Qin. Fortunately, Yang Chen was not an ordinary person. In his memory, there were secrets that others could not imagine at all. In the spiritual world, there was also a cave that was enough to be the mountain gate of the super sect. However, with Yang Chen's current cultivation, it was not enough to collect it, so it could only be delayed. For a period of time, the major sect had been fighting until recently. Then, the major sects of the Demon Sect, the Monster Clan, and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance sent representatives one after another to discuss cooperation with Chunying Palace. Basically, those who came were acquaintances who had cooperated with the mortal world, and the template for cooperation had already been learned from the mistakes of the past. The conditions of the 5 major Dao sects and the Yin-Yang Demon School were almost exactly the same, so there was nothing to fight for. All of them reached a cooperation according to the same conditions. In fact, this time the major sect's full effort had already shown the sincerity of the major sect. In this regard, Yang Qin really could not find a reason not to cooperate with Chunying Palace. Anyway, it was according to the way in the mortal world. As usual, everyone was very familiar with it. Immediately afterward, Wanbao Tower released the news that, except for the dwelling divine jade that was given to the major sect, there were not many left in Chunying Palace. In the future, only one could be auctioned every 10 years. As soon as the news came out, the price of the dwelling divine jade soared. In the past, when everyone did not have it, it was fine. Now that there was a chance to get it, even if they had to go bankrupt, one had to know that it was an extra life. Even an expert like Li Cheng chose to leave his natal, primordial spirit behind. Who else could guarantee that his cultivation path would be safe and sound? However, although the price of the dwelling divine jade soared, no one dared to have any ideas about Chunying Palace and Yang Qin. This time, the major sect's raid in the spiritual realm scared countless people. Those who thought that they could not fight against dozens of super sect on their own should not think about escaping the pursuit afterward. At that time, even if they had 100 more lives, they would still die, let alone one more life. In the following days, Yang Chen moved from Chunying Palace to the conch underwater mansion. With the Murong sisters, Yang Chen directly lived in the conch underwater mansion. It was also the first time that the Murong sisters saw the woman who was going to marry Yang Chen as his wife, Fairy Qingyin. Originally, they felt a little unfair. Why could Zhou Xianying be a wife, and they could only be concubines? At first sight, even with the stunning beauty of the Murong sisters, they also felt a sense of sympathy for Zhou Xianying. After hearing about the tragedy of the first half of Zhou Xianying's life, the Murong sisters felt a little sad. Then, they quickly became familiar with Zhou Xianying. They talked and laughed, and there was no sign of unfairness at all. In the conch underwater mansion, Yang Chen, Fatty Jing, and the Murong sisters could listen to the zither music of Fairy Qingyin every day. Just listening to these songs, everyone could feel calm. Even when they were cultivating, they did not have to worry about qigong deviation, and their cultivation efficiency had improved a lot. Zhou Xianying had not refined the cave yet, and Yang Chen had not given her the dragon beard zither and the dragon bone string pillar. On the one hand, this was the betrothal gift prepared by Yang Chen. On the other hand, Brother Li Cheng said that he would help Zhou Xianying refine her celestial phoenix zither. It was better to wait for Gao Yu to come back before taking it out. When they heard that the mountain gate of Chunying Palace was destroyed, whether it was Fatty Jing or Zhou Xianying, they felt a sense of righteous indignation and immediately went out to find the enemy. When they heard what happened later, they stopped. Fatty Jing was fine and did not feel that the outside world was very noisy, but Zhou Xianying was secretly shocked. The influence of her future husband seemed to be completely beyond common sense. The days in the conch underwater mansion were very leisurely. Yang Qin also took advantage of this peaceful time to refine a few furnaces of medicinal pills for everyone to use for cultivation. More than 10 years passed in a flash. On this day, Yang Qin and Fatty Jing were drinking and chatting. Fatty Jing suddenly noticed that 2 people had entered the conch underwater mansion. It was Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, whom Yang Qin had been waiting for. Chapter 1781. The 2 women had been gone for more than 20 years, close to 30 years. Although Yang Qin knew that the place they went to did not have any sect forces, he was still secretly worried. Who knew if they would encounter any blind cultivators or demonic beasts? Now that he saw the 2 women, he was relieved. Without thinking about it, Yang Chen left Fatty Jing alone and rushed to the side of the 2 women. He held the 2 women tightly in his arms. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling also missed their husband. They squeezed in Yang Chen's arms and didn't want to move at all. The 3 of them hugged each other. "Greetings, sisters." When the 3 of them separated, the Morong sisters came up to Gao Yu and Gong Sunling to greet them. They were all sisters, so they were affectionate when they saw each other. "Greetings, sisters." After the Morong sisters greeted each other, to Yang Chen's surprise, Zhou Xianying also came forward and greeted Gao Yu and Gong Sunling. Moreover, her age and cultivation were far superior to Gao Yu and Gong Sunling. She was very polite and called Gao Yu and Gong Sunling sister. Yang Chen thought that he would have to explain, but he didn't expect that Gao Yu was not surprised at all. She came forward and took Zhou Xianying's hand intimately and said affectionately, "You must be Sister Zhou. Brother Li Cheng has told me about your matter, and I will arrange it for you when I come back this time." Her words made Zhou Xianying's face turn red. Even if she had reached the fairy immortal realm, she was still a virgin girl. When talking about her marriage, she was still shy. More than 10 years ago, Big Brother Li Cheng purposely went to the place where we went and personally explained about Sister Zhou's situation. He also helped us along the way. Gao Yu saw that Yang Chen was a little surprised to hear Brother Li Cheng explain Zhou Xianying's matter. So she quickly told him the reason. Not only did Gao Yu help Gong Sunling, Li Cheng had also told Gao Yu that he would also help Shi Shan, Sun Qingxue, Tao Junqi, and Shi Wushuang. Yang Chen understood in his heart that Big Brother Li Cheng had personally gone to various places to verify the results of his deductions. This was also a safe method. With Li Cheng's ability, he didn't need to wait for the experts to unseal themselves to know their yin-yang 5 elements attributes. On the other hand, he saved Yang Chen a lot of explaining to Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, and also saved the women at least 10 years. No matter what, Gao Yu's return was a joyous occasion. Afterwards, Yang Chen solemnly proposed to Zhou Xianying and presented his betrothal gifts: 5 dragon whisker strings and 4 dragon bone string pillars. If she could refine these things into her heavenly phoenix zither, wouldn't its power increase by several times? Zhou Xianying had waited for so many years, and finally waited for this day. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings, and she didn't know whether she was happy or confused. Although she had already recognized Yang Chen as her husband, and her body had been seen by Yang Chen, she still felt very uncomfortable living with a man and a big family for many years. Gao Yu was very magnanimous. Not only did she preside over the marriage between Yang Chen and Zhou Xianying, but she also accompanied Zhou Xianying with Gong Sunling and the Morong sisters. After a period of time, all the women were already as close as sisters. Yang Chen looked at all this, and his heart was naturally very happy. Of course, there was another thing that made him equally happy. The yin-yang 5 elements attributes of the supreme mystic immortal experts that Gao Yu and Gong Sunling unsealed were exactly the same as Big Brother Li Cheng's deduction. The expert that Gao Yu unsealed was a butterfly demon. Its original body was a huge butterfly, but at this moment it turned into a butterfly hairpin and was inserted in Gao Yu's head. The expert that Gong Sunling unsealed was a huge rhinoceros demon. It had just been unsealed not long ago, and it was playing around in the mountain river geographical map. With these two supreme mystic immortal experts, Yang Chen basically didn't have to worry about a repeat of the incident of the Chunyang Palace being destroyed last time. The next days were naturally to get married and wait for Shi Shanshan and the others to return and go to the trial ground together. Big brother Li Cheng said that the Zhao family's formation was likely to open a space entrance. This time, the seals of 9 supreme mystic immortals were unsealed by accident, and he didn't know if the space entrance would be opened again. But even if it was opened, Yang Chen also had a way to remedy it. Yang Chen had refined the core of the demon continent in the mortal world, and he had also refined the entrance of the immortal beheading platform. They were all refining spaces, and he believed that this newly opened entrance should not be too difficult to refine. Anyway, what the Zhao family wanted to do, Yang Chen could follow big brother Li Cheng to destroy it. It was obviously not a good idea to be sneaky for so many years. Yang Chen only recognized one thing now, that was following big brother Li Cheng. He would not suffer in the future. The news that Chunyang Palace was going to hold a happy event quickly spread throughout the spiritual world. The old mountain gate of Chunyang Palace had just been destroyed by an unknown master, and the new mountain gate had just been built. It seemed that they wanted to use this happy event to bring some joy to Chunyang Palace. Apart from Yang Chen's marriage, no one else was qualified to make Chunyang Palace hold such a big happy event. As soon as the news came out, countless sects began to think about how to take this opportunity to have a relationship with Master Yang and Chunyang Palace. Not for anything else, whether it was the divine perching jade or the prolonging life pill, or even if Grandmaster Yang could come up with 1 or 2 new types of pills in the future. Having a good relationship with him was like being in a favorable position, wasn't it? Speaking of which, Alchemy Master Yang Chen had 4 wives and 7 concubines, all of whom were stunning beauties. Not only that, each of them was a famous cultivation genius in the past 2,000 years, and all of them came from famous families, which made people envious. Now Master Yang was going to marry a wife, and what was surprising was that it was not a concubine but a wife. This was a little confusing. Who was the woman he was going to marry? How could she make Yang Chen attach so much importance to her? Was Yang Chen not afraid that the sect of his concubines would be dissatisfied? One should know that even concubines were from the 5 major sects of Taoism. Many people began to inquire about the identity of the woman known as Soft Sound Fairy. However, it seemed that neither Yang Chen nor Soft Sound Fairy thought about hiding Zhou Xianying's origin. So those curious cultivators soon knew that Soft Sound Fairy was the notorious Granny Tianqin in the spiritual world. After learning this news, countless cultivators suddenly burst into an uproar. There was no need to mention Granny Tianqin's infamy. She had an unreasonable personality, and the slightest rebuttal would result in her killing. If it weren't for the fact that Granny Tianqin's songs were irresistible, who knew how many people would have torn this hateful woman to shreds? Chapter 1782. Many people still had a lingering fear of the crazy purge of the major sect some time ago. In fact, in this kind of situation involving tens of thousands of people, it was inevitable that some innocent people would be mistakenly involved. After all, cultivators were also human beings, and humans would make mistakes. The disciples of the major sect were not exempt from this. These innocent people who were accidentally involved would inevitably have some old acquaintances. Naturally, these people would not agree with the actions of the major sect. Anyway, according to the previous standards of the major sect, it was not an exaggeration to say that they were overbearing. No matter how powerful the major sect was, they could not touch some people just because they said that they were not allowed to touch some sect. Weren't they taking themselves too seriously? However, Many sect and cultivators could only swallow their anger under the despotic power of the major sect and did not dare to resist at all. Because of Yang Qin, Chunyang Palace was supported by the major sect. They also released a statement that no one or any sect was allowed to touch Chunyang Palace. Many people were unhappy about this matter. Someone dared to go against the will of the world and attack Chunyang Palace, ignoring the warning of the major sect and sending people to attack Chunyang Palace. Those cultivators were actually very happy. Unfortunately, the experts sent were unlucky. They only destroyed the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace, but did not kill any disciple of Chunyang Palace. It was a pity. Of course, it could only be attributed to bad luck. No one in the spiritual realm dared to say that a supreme mystic immortal expert was sent to deal with a sect whose strongest disciple was only at the level of an earthly immortal. That was because they were not strong enough. They could only blame themselves for taking action at the wrong time. The first elder of Yin Yang Demon School also came to discuss cooperation with Chunyang Palace. The subsequent purge was simply a naked demonstration of the overbearing behavior of the major sect. Many cultivators could only be angry but did not dare to speak out. In this case, as the initiator, Chunyang Palace and Yangqin were inevitably hostile to some extremists, under the tyranny of the major sect. Even if these guys were extremely dissatisfied, they did not dare to express it in words or expressions. Can't you see that the blood of tens of thousands of cultivators hasn't dried up yet? Who would dare to act out of line for no reason? But it was not a problem to criticize Yangqin and Chunyang Palace in his mind. If Yangqin had married a fairy with both beauty and skill, then everyone would definitely be jealous. However, Yangqin actually married the infamous Granny Tianqin. This made some people secretly happy. Granny Tianqin had not seen many people, but she had heard of many. Putting everything else aside, just the fact that she was addressed as Grandma was enough to show her age. Compared with Yangqin, who had just ascended for less than 200 years, Granny Tianqin could be said to be an old cow eating young grass. Those who had seen Granny Tianqin, not to mention her personality, could guess her appearance just by looking at her exposed eyes and skin. Even if aging was a normal phenomenon, if one's eyes were bigger than the other and of different colors and heights, then she definitely couldn't be called a fairy. So what if Yangqin had the 5th cycle appearance pill? Could it turn an ugly woman into a fairy? Maybe Yangqin was just unlucky. He did not know how Granny Tianqin took a fancy to him. Under the situation where Granny Tianqin showed her power, he had no choice but to marry such an old and ugly woman. He even had to announce it to the world, as if he was afraid that Yangqin would go back on his words. It had to be said that some people just could not bear to see others do well, even if these people had cultivated to the fairy immortal realm. Under various factors, the matter of Yangqin marrying Granny Tianqin was also regarded as a joke. Even the 5-element sect and Qingkuan sect were a little dissatisfied. Why could the female disciples of their sect only be concubines, but Granny Tianqin was a wife? If Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters did not say anything, the 2 sect would definitely jump out. Yangqin's wedding attracted countless people to congratulate him. However, those who were really qualified to enter Chunyang Palace and attend Yangqin's wedding were only a few thousand people. Many cultivators just came to celebrate. After presenting their gifts, they could only be received by the disciples of Chunyang Palace in the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. They were not qualified to appear at the wedding. Many of them, on the surface, came to congratulate and build a closer relationship. But in their hearts, they wanted to see Yangqin and Chunyang Palace make a fool of themselves. In any case, they were guests. At the wedding, everyone wanted to see the bride's real face. This was not an excessive request, was it? At that time, in the face of an old, ugly woman, how should Yangqin deal with himself? How should Chunyang Palace deal with itself? Although Granny Tianqin had changed her name to Fairy Soft Sound, a leopard could not change its spots. Could she change her surly character? Once there were some unpleasant sounds at the wedding, wouldn't Granny Tianqin lose her temper on the spot? At that time, the wedding would become a farce. How would Chunyang Palace deal with it? So what if the major sect supported them? They couldn't jump out and say that everyone wanted to make a scene at the wedding. Was it also an attack? What else could they do but watch Chunyang Palace be slapped in the face? After the event, it would definitely reflect the narrow-mindedness of the major sect. They did not have the magnanimity of a dignified sect. Regardless of whether they had bad intentions or not at the wedding, many guests wanted to see the face of the fierce Granny Tianqin, even if it was just out of curiosity. Therefore, when someone proposed to see the bride after Yang Chen and Fairy Soft Sound bowed to heaven and earth, he received the support of countless people. To many people's surprise, the scene where Yang Chen refused in every way they imagined did not happen. Similarly, the scene where Granny Tianqin lost her temper and disturbed the wedding scene did not happen. Yang Chen took the little hand of Fairy Soft Sound, who was covered with a veil, as if he had just heard a normal request. After asking Fairy Soft Sound gently, Fairy Soft Sound nodded slightly. With such a small action, it could be seen that Yang Chen still respected the Soft Sound Fairy very much. Before making a decision, he still asked for the Soft Sound Fairy's opinion. "Thank you, everyone, for coming to congratulate me. There is nothing I can do to repay you. My wife and I would like to propose a toast to everyone." Yang Chen, with a smile on his face, reached out and picked up 2 wine glasses. One was sent to the hands of the Soft Sound Fairy, and then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he slowly opened the red veil on the head of the Soft Sound Fairy. A beautiful and refined face appeared in front of everyone. After carefully dressing up, Fairy Soft Sound, who had to be in her best state for her wedding, was glowing. Coupled with a slight blush of shyness, she instantly killed all the cultivators who saw this scene. After the red veil was removed, there was only a large group of dumbfounded faces in front of Yang Chen and Fairy Soft Sound. Their mouths were wide open and they wanted to drool. Chapter 1783. They had seen beautiful women before, but the people who came to congratulate them had never seen such an irresistible woman. Compared to Yang Chen's other wives and concubines, the appearance of the Soft Sound Fairy didn't seem to have much of an advantage. However, no one knew what kind of aura she had. Even some celestial immortal masters were no exception. They were all obsessed with the appearance of the Soft Sound Fairy. An indescribable silence descended upon the wedding hall. This situation was so strange that even a knowledgeable fellow like Yang Chen couldn't help but be stunned. What was going on? Hundreds of celestial immortals, hundreds of earthly immortals, and even 2 supreme mystic immortals were all staring blankly at Fairy Soft Sound, who had lifted her veil. The entire hall was silent. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, someone let out a long sigh of relief. Then, a series of domino-like reactions occurred, and the sound of long sighs of relief rang out. Only then did everyone realize that they had lost their composure. Amidst the chaos, there was another round of commotion before they slowly calmed down. Zhou Xianying had already cleverly covered her head with the red veil again. Everyone was no longer affected by it, and they all congratulated Yang Chen, congratulating Yang Chen for marrying another beautiful woman. Yang Chen also felt that it was strange. Even if Zhou Xianying was really beautiful, it shouldn't be to the point where she could charm all living beings, right? Why would everyone lose their composure like this? Perhaps it was because Zhou Xianying cultivated a sound technique, so she had an outstanding temperament. Or perhaps it was because they had seen too much of a difference between Zhou Xianying's appearance and the legendary Granny Tianqin, so they couldn't accept it for a moment. No one could say for sure. Those cultivators who wanted to see Yang Chen make a fool of himself were destined to return in disappointment. Not only that, but after seeing Zhou Xianying's appearance, they became even more jealous. Yang Chen actually found another peerless beauty. Why did such a good thing have to happen to him and not me? Zhou Xianying seemed to have guessed what those people were thinking. After a glimpse of her face, She immediately covered it up. With her cold personality, what did the thoughts of these fellows have to do with her? If he was happy, he would just laugh it off. If he was unhappy, he would just kill him. These guys were lucky. Today was Yang Chen and Zhou Xianying's big day. Otherwise, those guys with bad intentions would definitely not have a good time. Yang Chen and Zhou Xianying did not stay at the wedding. After Zhou Xianying announced that she would also join Chunying Palace, Yang Chen took Zhou Xianying back to his small courtyard. On the night of the bridal chamber, no one had disturbed Yang Chen today. The guests outside were naturally greeted by the people of Chunying Palace. Inside the Dragon Palace, Yang Chen and Zhou Xianying were alone today. Even Gao Yu and Gong Sunling didn't come to share Yang Chen's intention with Zhou Xianying today. Today was Zhou Xianying's wedding day, and the First Lady had to give her face. Husband. Zhou Xianying blushed. After Yang Chen lifted her veil again, she finally called him for the first time. Just now, in front of the public, it was purely Zhou Xianying who wanted to give Yang Chen face. There was no warm and charming atmosphere between the two of them now. The valiant Zhou Xianying had also turned into a shy bride at this moment. From the dissatisfaction of being forced to marry Yang Chen by Li Qiang, to the gradual change of her view of Yang Chen after getting in touch with Yang Chen, to now completely becoming one of Yang Chen's wives, Zhou Xianying's mood had almost experienced a complete reversal. Zhou Xianying believed that if she really didn't want to, whether it was Li Qiang or Yang Chen, they would not force her to comply with that request. But now Zhou Xianying didn't have the slightest grievance in her heart. She only felt happy. Even if she had to share her husband with 11 other equally beautiful and outstanding women, she didn't have any thoughts of being wronged. In extreme joy, Zhou Xianying truly became Yang Chen's woman. This was definitely a beautiful memory for Zhou Xianying. Going to Mount Wu with her husband was even more intoxicating than making a breakthrough in cultivation. As Zhou Xianying's husband, Yang Chen held his wife in his arms and enjoyed the beauty of their mutual love. Suddenly, he discovered another big secret of Zhou Xianying. If it was anyone else, there was no way to detect the secret of Zhou Xianying. Only Yang Chen, who had the memory of his previous life and had stayed in the immortal world for many years, could find the aura that should not appear in this world from Zhou Xianying's body. Before, Yang Chen was wondering that even if Zhou Xianying had temperament and musical cultivation, she should not be able to make everyone intoxicated at the moment she revealed her true face. In fact, this phenomenon had appeared more than once. Including Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, the head of the palace, and even Fatty Jing, when they saw Zhou Xianying's true face for the first time, they all had the same intoxicated expression. At that time, Yang Chen didn't think much about it. He just thought that everyone knew what Granny Tianqin looked like before, so when they saw Soft Sound Fairy who had undergone earth-shaking changes, they would naturally be shocked and didn't think much about it. However, after having sex with Zhou Xianying, when Yang Chen was able to perceive the aura in Zhou Xianying's body, Yang Chen discovered that Zhou Xianying's body had always had a trace of the immortal world's aura. Why did everyone lose their composure when they saw Zhou Xianying's face now? But there was no such performance when they saw Granny Tianqin before. That was because when Yang Chen unlocked Zhou Xianying's seal, he also unlocked the barrier that imprisoned this trace of immortal world's aura, so that the immortal world's aura could be quietly released and affected everyone. Yang Chen didn't know how many almighty immortals he had seen in his memory. A trace of the immortal world's aura. He had long been accustomed to it, so he didn't feel anything when facing Zhou Xianying. However, everyone else was from the spiritual world. Suddenly being infected by a trace of the upper realm's aura, they couldn't help but fall into a state of absent-mindedness. One must know that it was the aura of the immortal world that was a level higher than the spiritual world. Even if it was a supreme, profound, immortal master, before entering the immortal world, they were still people of the spiritual world and couldn't really understand the mystery of the immortal world. That was the overwhelming gap of a whole world. It was normal to be suppressed in a sudden contact. However, What puzzled Yang Qin was how could Zhou Xianying have the aura of the immortal world on her body? Could it be that Zhou Xianying herself was from the immortal world? Chapter 1784. If it was a magic treasure with the aura of the immortal world, Yang Qin had no doubt that the magic treasure was sent down from the immortal world. However, if it was his wife, Yang Qin could not believe that his wife turned out to be from the immortal world. It was easy to send things down, but it was not easy to send a living person down. It could be said that it was 100 times more difficult than a mortal ascending to the sky. One had to know that the worst cultivation in the immortal world was at least a profound immortal level expert. If Zhou Xianying really came from the immortal world, then her cultivation should at least be at the profound immortal level, and not the current early heaven immortal level. However, it was a fact that Zhou Xianying had not undergone the heavenly tribulation in the mortal world before. Otherwise, she would not have been visited by the heavenly tribulation in the conch underwater mansion. According to this inference, then it was not completely unacceptable for Zhou Xianying to come down from the immortal world. Why did Big Brother Li Qin want Yang Qin to marry Zhou Xianying? Could it be that he saw something? Perhaps what Big Brother Li Qin saw was the fact that Yang Qin had only discovered a little bit of clues now. Zhou Xianying was very shy in Yang Qin's arms. She closed her eyes and felt her husband's love. She did not notice that Yang Qin's spiritual sense was consciously searching for something in her body. She thought that it was just an intimate action between her husband and herself. She was shy and did not dare to think about anything else. Yang Qin, who was holding his wife in his arms, showed a trace of astonishment on his face after a careful exploration with his spiritual sense. At this time, Yang Qin did not know whether he should cry or laugh, because in Zhou Xianying's body, he once again found a secret seal that could not be more hidden. This seal was in Zhou Xianying's private place. Even if it was Zhou Xianying herself, it was estimated that she would not be able to easily detect it. At least, looking at her current appearance, it did not seem like she knew about the seal. If it weren't for the fact that Yang Qin and Zhou Xianying had already consummated their marriage, no matter how capable he was, it would be impossible for him to check whether Zhou Xianying's private parts were sealed or not. Firstly, he couldn't think of it, and secondly, he wouldn't have the chance to do so. The discovery of this seal also made Yang Qin suspect that Zhou Xianying was someone from the immortal world. His confidence rose from 50% to 80%. This was because Yang Qin could recognize the seal. It was a seal that suppressed one's cultivation. In other words, the early heavenly immortal cultivation that Zhou Xianying displayed now wasn't her true cultivation. This was definitely the seal of the immortal world. If the seal of the immortal world was used to suppress the cultivation of those below the Xian immortal stage, then it would be almost impossible for Zhou Xianying to cultivate to the heavenly immortal stage. This could only mean one thing. Zhou Xianying's cultivation had surpassed the profound immortal realm. This was also the reason why Yang Qin could increase his chances of winning by 30%. To be completely sure, Yang Qin also needed to confirm that Zhou Xianying's spiritual consciousness had not been tampered with. This was not an obstacle for the two of them, who had already become husband and wife. Yang Qin simply said that he had a set of spiritual consciousness dual cultivation method. Zhou Xianying did not doubt it and immediately began to cultivate with Yang Qin. Under the guidance of Yang Qin, the two quickly entered the state of spiritual consciousness dual cultivation. Yang Qin's spiritual consciousness and Zhou Xianying's immediately mixed together. Zhou Xianying was directly shocked by Yang Qin's extremely pure grade 3 heavenly immortal spiritual consciousness. Even if she had a unique cultivation method, and her spiritual consciousness cultivation was a bit stronger than her spiritual power cultivation, so far, Zhou Xianying's spiritual consciousness was only at the grade 7 heavenly immortal stage. Yang Qin was just a human immortal stage, but his spiritual consciousness cultivation was almost on the same level as hers. Moreover, in terms of purity, he had left her far behind. Fortunately, the spiritual consciousness dual cultivation itself, in addition to balancing the spiritual consciousness of both parties, had another effect, which was to condense the spiritual consciousness. Under the skillful guidance of Yang Qin, Zhou Xianying quickly entered the state. Her spiritual consciousness was constantly being condensed by Yang Qin's spiritual consciousness, and even her sea of consciousness was completely opened up to Yang Qin. Yang Qin's spiritual consciousness easily entered Zhou Xianying's sea of consciousness. Sure enough, as Yang Qin expected, in Zhou Xianying's sea of consciousness, there was also an extremely hidden seal. It was also a seal from the immortal world, and the effect was the same as the seal on Zhou Xianying's body, which was used to suppress spiritual consciousness. Now Yang Qin could be 100% sure that Zhou Xianying came to the spiritual world from the immortal world, and Zhou Xianying should be a person from the immortal world. With this premise, Yang Qin could guess a lot of things. From Zhou Xianying's performance in her previous life, coupled with Yang Qin's current understanding of her current situation, Zhou Xianying should not know this. Since Zhou Xianying's memory did not show any signs of being sealed, that was to say, Zhou Xianying should have been sent to the spiritual world when she had no memory. Perhaps he was sent down not long after he was born, when he didn't understand anything. In this way, the seal on the surface of Zhou Xianying's body was not only to make Zhou Xianying ugly, but also to prevent people from coveting her appearance. It was likely that it was a seal formation that protected Zhou Xianying from being hurt when she went down to the spiritual world from the immortal world. But after experiencing the process of going down to the spiritual world, it lost that part of its effect. After all, even the most unreasonable cultivators understood the importance of appearance for women. If they could use this method to protect their descendants, how could they not know what kind of situation her seal would put her in? Apart from this explanation, nothing else made sense. This was the only explanation that could explain so many things. It seemed that he had married a great wife. Yang Qin thought so in his heart. He didn't say much in his mouth, but he also began to wonder if he should properly disclose some things to Zhou Xianying so that she would not become more irritable in the future due to the truth being revealed. Yang Qin was familiar with the two seal formations. If the method of unlocking the seal was from the outside, it would be very difficult. But if Zhou Xianying unlocked it from the inside, it would be quite easy as long as a very simple combination of a few secret arts was enough. Eyeing. Yang Qin called Zhou Xianying in his unique way. After thinking about his words, he said to Zhou Xianying very formally, "If you encounter danger in the future, I mean if, in a life or death situation, you only need to use these techniques in your sea of consciousness." Zhou Xianying was now his wife, so Yang Qin certainly hoped that she would be safe from now on. Whether Zhou Xianying knew or not, Yang Qin had to tell her this as a way for Zhou Xianying to save her life. When Yang Qin said the few secret arts and the order of command, he saw Zhou Xianying's extremely surprised expression. "Husband, how did you know?" Zhou Xianying's heart was filled with shock. This was her last secret, so how did Yang Qin know? Was it because of the spiritual sense, dual cultivation? Chapter 1785. Zhou Xianying had the biggest secret that only she knew. She didn't even know how she knew this secret. She only knew that there was always a memory in her mind. That is, when she encountered a life and death situation, she would use those secret arts in the order in her sea of consciousness. As for what would happen after using the secret art, Zhou Xianying herself did not know. Moreover, the memory clearly warned that if it was not a life and death situation, never try it, there would be unpredictable consequences. Zhou Xianying had almost never encountered a life and death situation, so she had never tried to use the secret. This was a secret that only existed in Zhou Xianying's mind. Zhou Xianying had never said it to outsiders. But how did Yang Qin know it? Zhou Xianying's first thought after being surprised was that Yang Qin had stolen her memory during the spiritual awareness double cultivation. But she denied this guess in a second. If Yang Qin had stolen her memory, then there was no need to tell her what she knew again, right? Moreover, stealing her memory so blatantly was a great disrespect for herself. Yang Chen was such a smart person that he would not know the consequences of doing this. You know this. The expression on Yang Chen's face seemed to be surprised, but also like a kind of sudden realization. It looked very complicated. Zhou Xianying nodded in response to Yang Chen's question, and then asked again, "How did you know, husband?" "It's related to the seal on you." Yang Chen did not directly tell Zhou Xianying the truth. First, this matter was too incredible, and it was not easy to explain. Second, Yang Chen did not want Zhou Xianying to carry a burden for this and affect her cultivation. So he pushed the explanation to the previous seal. If I'm not wrong, it should be the protection of one of your elders, and these secret arts are the last means of protection. Yang Chen unlocked the ugly seal, indicating that Yang Chen knew about the seal, so it was not surprising that he knew something deeper. Zhou Xianying did not doubt him and accepted Yang Chen's explanation. Yang Chen also easily passed on the idea that the seal was the protection of Zhou Xianying's elders. In her previous life, Zhou Xianying had been discriminated against in the spiritual realm. Even after she arrived in the immortal realm, she did not completely get over it. She did not have a good impression of her father, who had placed the seal on her. She even had a falling out with him. If Yang Chen didn't know that Zhou Xianying was sent down from the immortal world, he would definitely object to her father's actions. It was one thing to protect her, but he didn't consider Zhou Xianying's feelings at all. It was a little too irresponsible. However, now that he knew that the sealing formation was very likely the key to sending the immortal realm to the spirit realm, he had no choice but to cause Zhou Xianying's tragedy. In this case, Zhou Xianying was his wife, so it was necessary for Yang Chen to resolve the conflict between the father and daughter. Yang Chen's plan was to let Zhou Xianying slowly accept these concepts, imperceptibly, and slowly eliminate the hostility that she had accumulated before. Anyway, now that Zhou Xianying had restored her appearance, as long as Yang Chen put in more effort, it would not be a problem. While Yang Chen and Zhou Xianying were enjoying their wedding night, Chunyang Palace was in chaos outside. The cause of all this started from Zhou Xianying's announcement at the wedding that she had joined Chunyang Palace. When Zhou Xianying was still Granny Tianqin, she was alone. She was a powerful individual cultivator. Logically speaking, it was normal for an individual cultivator to join a sect. It was not worth making a fuss at all. In particular, Zhou Xianying joined her husband's sect. It was natural for her to follow her husband. There should be no problem in this aspect. However, it was this move that triggered a series of changes that countless people did not expect. Of course, there would not be any drastic changes at the wedding. Chunyang Palace had just built a new mountain gate and established cooperation with the major sect of Taoism, Devil and Demon sect. Not long ago, the major sect had swept the spirit realm on a large scale. At this time, it was simply courting death to make a move on Chunyang Palace. No one would make trouble for themselves. But then, when the guests from all over the world slowly left, and some of the news of Yang Chen and Zhou Xianying's wedding spread, some individual cultivators began to rush to Chunyang Palace one after another, asking to join Chunyang Palace. Chunyang Palace was now a small sect, and it welcomed some individual cultivators who were alone. As long as someone came to join Chunyang Palace, after some simple tests, Chunyang Palace would temporarily accept them as outer disciples. In the future, after a long period of testing their loyalty, they would join the sect as official disciples. If someone came to join, Chunyang Palace would not refuse. For the time being, except for the things in Yang Chen's hands, Chunyang Palace had nothing worthy of being coveted by others. Anyway, they were just outer disciples, so Chunyang Palace would not refuse anyone. At first, there were only some human immortal individual cultivators from all over the world. All of them asked to join Chunyang Palace. As for the reason, there was only one reason. That was because the former Granny Tianqin and the current very soft sound Zhou Xianying had joined Chunyang Palace. They also had to join. The core high-level officials of Chunying Palace did not expect that Zhou Xianying's joining the sect would bring such appeal, which was a pleasant surprise. These individual cultivators all became the outer disciples of Chunying Palace without any difficulties. However, the number of human immortal individual cultivators who came to join Chunying Palace really shocked the palace master and the elders. At first, there were only dozens of them, and then hundreds of them came in groups. In the end, thousands of human immortal individual cultivators came in one day, and all of them wanted to join Chunying Palace, and all of them were like this for more than 10 days. Li Cheng once told Yang Qin that marrying Zhou Xianying would be of great benefit to Yang Qin and to Chunying Palace. Now it seemed that this was obviously one of the benefits. With this premise, Yang Qin and the palace master discussed and accepted all the tens of thousands of human immortal individual cultivators. In just 1 month, in terms of the number of people, Chunying Palace had become a solid big sect. The expansion speed of Chunying Palace frightened many people, including the high-level officials of Chunying Palace themselves. They did not expect that in just 1 month, Chunying Palace had changed from a total of more than 100 people to a big sect with tens of thousands of people. This matter was truly too inconceivable, and no one dared to believe that all of this was true. However, this was not the end. What happened next was even more shocking. Chapter 1786. If it was just the addition of tens of thousands of human immortal disciples, the other sect would not feel too much of a threat. After all, the human immortal level was just the bottom level in the spiritual realm. Apart from being a little better than the Aborigines, it was not worth making a fuss about. No matter how many people there were, it was just to join in the fun. If they wanted to become a real big sect, it depended on the number of masters. Just when everyone thought that Chunying Palace could only expand so much, many Earth Immortal Masters began to appear in Chunying Palace. Like the previous human immortal individual cultivators, these people also came to seek refuge in Chunying Palace. The reason for seeking refuge was also stunning. It was also because Granny Tianqin joined Chunying Palace, so they also wanted to join Chunying Palace. Not only the people in Chunying Palace, but even Gentle Sound Fairy, Zhou Xianying herself, was stunned. She had no idea when she had such a huge appeal that she could bring so many people to join Chunying Palace. Only Yang Qin understood that this was obviously the arrangement of Zhou Xianying's father, who was a big shot in the immortal realm. There were so many individual cultivators in the spiritual realm. They seemed to be individual cultivators, but in fact, they should be a powerful organization that secretly protected Zhou Xianying. Otherwise, with Granny Tianqin's character of killing people easily, how could she live safely until now? No matter how strong Zhou Xianying's cultivation was, and how powerful the Heavenly Phoenix Zither was, it was impossible for her to resist the siege of so many masters. Until now, Zhou Xianying was still alive, which could only mean that there was a big organization hiding in the dark, secretly handling everything for Zhou Xianying. These masters who came to seek refuge should be the power behind Zhou Xianying. Unfortunately, Zhou Xianying herself did not seem to know about it, at least not before she married Yang Qin. So many people came to seek refuge, and all of them showed their names, indicating that they joined Chunying Palace because of Zhou Xianying. Even if Zhou Xianying was stupid and kept in the dark, she had now figured everything out. Although she still didn't know which elder of hers had made such arrangements, everything that elder had arranged for her was truly moving. Looking at the Earth Immortal experts rushing to Chunying Palace and joining as outer sect disciples, it was impossible for Zhou Xianying not to feel touched. Towards this elder that she had never met before, Zhou Xianying no longer felt the hatred she had when she first found out that her body was sealed and not born with it. On the contrary, she felt an unprecedented sense of gratitude and shock, and at the same time more doubts. What kind of person would do this for her? Before this, Yang Qin had never tasted the feeling of being cared for by others. Suddenly discovering that there was such a terrifying number of people secretly protecting him, that feeling was simply indescribable. The more it was like this, the more Zhou Xianying wanted to know who the person who arranged all of this was and what kind of relationship he had with her. From the first earthly immortal to the last one who joined Chunying Palace, the number of earthly immortals directly exceeded thousands. With such a huge force, even some sects with a long history couldn't help but look askance at them. Thousands of earthly immortal experts were enough to turn Chunying Palace into a second-rate sect. However, this was not the end. After the earthly immortal experts, it was the turn of the celestial immortal experts. Although everyone in Chunying Palace had a glimmer of hope in their hearts that this time, with the help of Zhou Xianying, they could add a few more celestial immortals. However, when the celestial immortals really appeared in front of them, everyone could not help but feel surprised. Compared with the human immortals and earthly immortals, there were not many celestial immortals, but the number had reached more than 200. The celestial immortals seemed to have the dignity of the celestial immortals. They did not come in a group, but one every day. It took several months just to receive and recruit these celestial immortals. More than 200 celestial immortals were enough to push Chunying Palace to the strength of a first-rate sect. With so many experts, even without the support of the 5 sects, ordinary cultivators would not dare to do anything to Chunying Palace. In the past, only dozens of celestial immortals from the 5 sects had spoken, and people did not dare to provoke Chunying Palace easily. Now, there were more than 200 celestial immortals in Chunying Palace. Did they want to kill themselves quickly? Everyone in the Pure Yang Palace, including Zhou Xianying, was stunned to see all this happen, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Even Zhou Xianying herself could not believe it. What was the identity of her elder? How could he have such a terrible influence? What kind of strength and appeal did he have? How could he make so many celestial immortals submit to him? Only Yang Chen, because of brotherly Cheng's reminder and knowing Zhou Xianying's life experience, could guess some of it. He did not seem so surprised. With the help of Zhou Xianying's father, Yang Chen's father-in-law, and the great man in the immortal world, it was a simple thing to arrange a first-rate sect in the spiritual realm to protect his daughter. In fact, he did not need to arrange it himself at all. It was enough to pass his will to a few masters who could control these forces. Obviously, the forces that were worth the arrangement of the great man were definitely not just a few celestial immortals. At least, they had to have enough power in the spiritual realm to completely protect his daughter. So, masters at the level of supreme mystic immortals were necessary. Everyone was almost going crazy. After more than 200 celestial immortals, Chunying Palace welcomed more than a dozen supreme mystic immortals. Without exception, they all claimed to be Zhou Xianying's subordinates and asked to join Chunying Palace. More than a dozen supreme mystic immortals. None of them seemed to be good people. The head of the palace and the elders who were responsible for the reception were already a little uneasy in their hearts. It was a good thing that there were so many masters in Chunying Palace, and the strength of the outer disciples had greatly increased. However, was the current Chunying Palace still the Chunying Palace in the minds of the head of the palace and the elders? Was it still the Chunying Palace that struggled in the mortal world and did not cut off the inheritance of the ancestors? With so many masters joining Chunying Palace, with the strength of the head of the palace and the elders at the level of human immortals, what right did they have to command these masters? Why did they order them with the identity of the head of the palace and the elders? Even with the name of the head of the palace and the elders, not to mention the supreme mystic immortals, even those masters at the level of earth immortals and celestial immortals would not be obedient, and whether they could be restrained by the sect rules was still a problem. Don't worry, Palace Master. Since they dare to come to us, we dare to accept them. When the head of the palace gave these concerns to Yang Chen and Yang Chen to discuss, Yang Chen waved his hand and gave his own advice. Don't say that we have the means to suppress them. Even if we don't, with the Ying, who dares to turn the sky. Chapter 1787. Zhou Xianying herself had fallen into a complete daze after seeing the continuous emergence of experts. She had never thought that an ugly old woman who was hated by all would have so many experts behind her back. It seemed that Zhou Xianying's fierce reputation was not only because of herself. These experts hiding in the dark would deal with Zhou Xianying's enemies according to the degree of threat. Those who were strong enough to defeat Zhou Xianying would be let go so that Zhou Xianying could practice and gain experience. Those who were weak enough would be killed silently, but the credit for killing the enemy would be given to Zhou Xianying. Zhou Xianying had figured out many things that she couldn't figure out before. Coupled with the magic formula that had existed in her mind since she could remember, Zhou Xianying was now more and more curious about her true identity. What kind of big shot could make her become the master of a first-class sect in an instant? The constant changes in Zhou Xianying's expectations over the past year had made Zhou Xianying an extremely tenacious person. Even if someone suddenly appeared and told her that she was the daughter of a big shot in the immortal world, she probably wouldn't be too surprised. Of course, Zhou Xianying had no idea how close her conjecture was to the truth. The sudden and crazy expansion of Chunying Palace not only frightened the people of Chunying Palace, but also many cultivators, whether it was the ordinary cultivators or the experts of the major sect. All of them were dumbfounded as they watched Chunying Palace suddenly turn from a small sect that depended on others to such a giant in less than a year. More than a dozen supreme mystic immortals, hundreds of fairy immortals, thousands of earth immortals, and tens of thousands of human immortal disciples. This lineup was enough to rank in the top 100 in the spiritual world. With such strength, Chunying Palace didn't need the protection of any sect at all. The sudden emergence of a large number of experts also puzzled countless sect members. After a little investigation, they found that all these cultivators turned out to be rogue cultivators. There was no formation of an organization, but they could always be connected by master and disciple or good friends. If one looked closely, it could be seen that this was a loose organization led by the dozen supreme mystic immortals. In the past, this organization had never displayed its strength. It could even be said that it had never shown its strength to the outside world. It was completely hidden in the dark. If Zhou Xianying had not suddenly announced that she would join Chunying Palace, these people would not have appeared at all. Many sect members began to reconsider their relationship with Chunying Palace and reevaluate Chunying Palace's position in their hearts. But anyway, the gate of Chunying Palace was much safer because of the sudden expansion of strength this time. What other people thought of Chunying Palace was one thing. The problem was, right now, inside Chunying Palace, the original higher-ups of Chunying Palace were trembling with fear and trepidation as they reorganized Chongyang Palace's strength. Although Yang Chen has made it clear that these new outer disciples joined because of the relationship with Zhou Xianying, and not to worry too much, the head of the palace and the elders still did not dare to fully trust them. It was the same for anyone except Yang Chen. Such a force that could kill them hundreds of times at any time was around, who dared to relax. Since they can kill us hundreds of times at any time, what's the point of us guarding against them? At this point, Yang Chen was open-minded and smiled to persuade the head of the palace. My Chunying Palace has finally gained a foothold in the spiritual world. If it is destroyed, how can we face the ancestors of Chunying Palace? The head of the palace also understood this truth, but there was no way to relax like Yang Chen. Rest assured, Palace Master. Yang Chen once again gave the head of the palace a reassuring pill. No matter what changes there are, we are not afraid that they can overturn the sky. With Yang Chen, a husband with a low cultivation base but extensive knowledge, Zhou Xianying's life and cultivation were very smooth. As newlyweds, the love life of the young couple seemed to be really sweet. Although Zhou Xianying used to be surly when she was Grandma Tianqin, it did not mean that she was a stupid woman who didn't understand anything. Only if Yang Chen wanted to marry her, he must get Gao Yu's consent. This small move made Zhou Xianying clearly understand Gao Yu's position in Yang Chen's mind. Therefore, Zhou Xianying was very smart and never proud of her own cultivation base and power. In front of Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, she also called her sister, never overstepping. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling had long been accustomed to Yang Chen's group of wives and concubines, so they were familiar with this. They got along well with Zhou Xianying, and everyone was happy and harmonious. Under this premise, Yang Chen's backyard seemed very harmonious. In the end, all the women were genius cultivators, completely unlike those ordinary women who had to rely on their beauty and rely on competing for favor in front of their husbands to realize their self-worth. Each of them had a bright future. Basically, it was rare to see such a thing as competing for favor among the women. However, Zhou Xianying did not compete for favor did not mean that others could accept this result calmly. After Chunyang Palace expanded to a certain extent and stopped, there were still two supreme masters who found Zhou Xianying. Miss. The leader was an old lady with white hair, a real grandmother-level master, but when facing Zhou Xianying, she was full of respect and directly called her Mississippi, "Who am I?" Zhou Xianying knew that someone would definitely look for her, so she was not surprised at all. She asked a question about her identity. "Mrs. Identity, I can't say it clearly." The old lady replied quickly. Listening to her answer, Zhou Xianying's face couldn't help showing a look of dissatisfaction. "Miss, I really don't know." Seeing this scene, the old lady couldn't help but smile bitterly. If she really knew, would she dare not say it? If Yang Chen was here, he would not think that this old lady was hiding something. Zhou Xianying's father even covered up Zhou Xianying's appearance. How could her true identity be leaked to a cultivator who was not in the same realm? Was she not afraid of being taken hostage directly? "You have never appeared before. Why did you join Chunyang Palace with such great fanfare this time? Are you afraid that others don't know you?" Seeing that the old lady and the other master did not seem to know each other and wanted to hide, Zhou Xianying did not continue to ask, but just asked another seemingly unrelated question. "The gate of Chunyang Palace has just been attacked. Even if the major sect retaliated once, there will be many similar attacks." The old lady replied quickly, "If Miss did not join Chunyang Palace, we naturally don't have to show up. But since Miss is a member of Chunyang Palace, we must not let Miss's sect be trampled wantonly."